action, but just like comforting. Does that feel comforting to you?
Well, I've already embraced reconciliation and mercy and forgiveness, so I feel at peace with everything. But when people ask about it, but personally, I feel inner peace about everything. But when people ask, will everything be addressed? I definitely think it will be. But as far as me personally, I feel forgiveness and mercy towards everything. I believe in rehabilitation, so I believe that eventually we will all be a big family in the future that gets along.
I think that privilege is peeking its head out again. We talked about it last night. I don't know if you remember. Stance that you have been given in life and how that gives you um, the ability to believe these things.
Are you saying it based on like if I've had smooth experiences or rough experiences like growing
No,
up?
everybody has had a hard time. Everybody has their own shit, right? But however, we talked about this last night some that uh, sometimes when we don't look at the world outside of our own lens, and our lens has given us a circumstance that has allowed for us to have, even if
Are you in a
I don't want to
war-torn
rehash what I said
nation?
last night, right?
Right. Are you in a war-torn nation?
Can you repeat your question, please?
Are you in a war-torn nation? Are there bombing raids in your town? Do you have to seek shelter frequently to avoid collapsing buildings?
I'm currently grateful that it is not at an extreme of that. So I am fortunate of that. So I am fortunate.
Mm-hmm. Do you are you suffering from a terminal illness?
Not that I'm aware of.
That was the kind of privilege that Kat was referencing.
Thank you for clarifying.
Hmm. Right. So, like the, the I think that that kind of privilege allows for a belief like everything will be taken care of in the afterlife, right? Like, oh, karma will get it. Um, and we talked, like I said, we talked a little bit about this last night, but looking at the world through the lens of another, a lens that is not your own, right? So let's look at the world and look at life through that a lens of that person that Thrayle just described. They might not be able to see it that way, and it might be um, actually like really frustrating to them for them to hear that, and so I'm back to what makes what tells you that this is
Be- because I think for my personal experience, when things get more dark or more rough, the more I focus on the Heavenly Father. It pushes me personally closer. Now, I've never experienced those exact things, but I can say that usually for me, the rougher it gets, the more I focus. But that's just me personally. I know that everybody is unique and they process things differently.
Mm-hmm. We did run a poll, God, and we're going to go ahead and move forward. Appreciate you, though, for coming up. Wow, that was a really loud Task Wolf. I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions. I hope you keep asking questions, and I hope that you take some of the questions that you've got now, especially about the Pauline epistles, take those to Christ before Jesus and see what he has to say. See if that doesn't raise some more questions. Even if you just watch him, I think you might get a few questions.
Thank you so much. Nice communicating with you all.
Appreciate you. I hope that you keep asking questions. Take care.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Task Wolf. We've got a lot of background noise and a very loud echo.
Yeah, I know. Maybe because I'm outside. Maybe. Sorry, bro. You still hearing the background sound? Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite a lot of background noise. I think I'm going to go ahead and set you down until you can find somewhere quiet. I feel like I'm being assaulted in the ears. I even turned my headphones down. Yeah, I don't know if it was a zoo or what. It just was a lot. Yeah, it woke a few people up. Sorry there, Heretical.
Right. If you weren't going on Monday morning already, you are now.
Right. It was quite a change. But we appreciate our sleepers and hope that you guys rest well.
Contrary to what all that noise just says, we do hope that you rest well.
I missed one of Task Wolf's comments, so all I saw was in cages, and I'm like, what did I miss? Birds in cages. It did sound.
That could have gone so many places.
It really could have. Well, when I saw it, you had just said, we do hope you rest well. And then I saw it in cages, and I'm like, what? Oh, Heretical got to sleep in because his Hobbit folks are off school today. Well, congratulations to the Hobbit folks who are off school. What is it, President's Day? Is that the one? Something like that.
It is President's Day, yes, and congratulations to Heretical, really. For getting to sleep in.
There's that, I guess. He got a whole 23 minutes past his usual wake-up time. But that means it's already nearly 5:30 here, which means I will need to step away here in a little while to make sure I see Tetra off for work.
I'll hold down the fort.
Uh-huh. Well, we'll need that soon, but not quite yet. Oh, I thought we had a guest. We had one in queue a moment ago, Mateo, but they went the way of most of these poltergeists. They were. Hello, heretical.
Good morning, Thrayle. Good morning, Kat.
How are you doing this fine Monday morning?
I mean, I was doing well, just sitting here listening to people being questioned that I got assaulted by I guess, a zoo and people in cages.
There were people engaged. Wait, what?
Isn't that what Tisk Wolf said? There was people in cages? Maybe I didn't hear that
I
before.
thought it was birds.
Birds? Oh, people, birds. What's the difference, really?
It's all the sandwich, so.
Yeah, it's all a sandwich.
Also, good morning, heretical. It always feels weird to say that to you guys because it's 1:30 in the morning for me. Also, Toadmoto is right about the birds.
They don't exist. Birds don't exist. Fair? They're all robots.
Oh, you did miss something, Cat, after the aliens. The thing you missed after the aliens, your good morning at 1 a.m. just reminded me. Martha was here.
I am very sad I missed that. How was that?
She went to church.
Oh, yeah.
No more meeting with the bishop this time. She just went and enjoyed the sermon and enjoyed what they taught that wasn't Book of Mormon. So,
Enjoyed her friends and
her community, yeah. And we questioned her a little more, and she has some more questions, I think. She got to meet Everlasting, and he gave her some resources to some early Christian writings. Might help her explore some more.
oh, I am so glad she got to meet Everlasting. Those are two people that I really, really, really like a lot, and it's like I love that that happened.
Yeah, it was a very pleasant meeting, so I'm glad it happened. And Task Wolf is back, and it sounds a little bit better.
Yes, I'm back. Yes, I'm back.
Much
Hello,
better.
everybody.
Hey, can you
Yeah,
let me know? I'd asked you right before you left earlier your age for TikTok TOS.
I'm very old, bro. I'm 43. I'm millennials, so
So
43.
ancient. What
Yeah,
It's
ancient. That's
incredible
the right word.
you've managed to stay together this long.
Survive. To survive this long. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, but I have
Well,
many
in
experiences
your
in my life. That's
sure
right.
in your ancient and wise 43 years,
Thank you.
have you discovered a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that? Anything
Uh,
compelling you to believe?
it's this is the most this is the $1 million question, bro.
Do you believe in a god or gods?
I believe in a higher being than me. That's what I
What does
believe.
that mean?
Uh, that somebody has more knowledge than me, than us, than everybody. That means being a god, having knowledge. For
Having
me, yeah,
knowledge is what being
yeah,
a god is to you.
I think
And so,
so. Yeah, I
because
think
you think something has more knowledge than you, or more knowledge than humans, then therefore you would be a god.
then humans. That's the right word. Then humans. That's the right way to look at it.
So something has more knowledge than humans. What is that thing?
Let's say the consciousness of this realm. The it's a very complicated question.
Yeah,
What
what is
you ask.
consciousness?
Consciousness is the internet. I mean, it's the connection that we have to the higher knowledge. That's all the knowledge. Look at it at like a river flowing, and the one that connect to this river are little ponds that we are all humans. The little ponds, and we can connect or we cannot connect to this higher knowledge, to this river flowing through these dimensions.
So you're saying that there is a river of knowledge that just flows, and some of us can
Yeah,
connect
yes,
to
all
it,
the
and that
time.
connection to it is okay. So what is it that makes you believe there is a river of knowledge flowing?
What makes me believe that? The experiences that I have that I had all my life. That 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 makes me go to that point stand of viewing things. Nikola Tesla, he was connected to the knowledge of the universe.
Sorry, what makes you think that there is this connection? Just because somebody made discoveries a long time ago.
That also the things that were happening to my life.
So things happened in your life specifically that led
Yes.
you to believe. Can you
Yes.
give me an example?
Recently, yes, like 2 days ago. Yeah, but these are very personal things, bro. These are very personal things, and
Why did you request up here, Tasswolf?
why did you what? Sorry.
Why did you request up here? You really wanted to be on this panel. Why?
Because I'm questioning my beliefs. That's why. I've questioned that.
In what way?
In the way, because all the humans believe that there are gods governing our beliefs or governing our everyday life. But I don't believe that, because I think God is in everybody, in all the humans. That's what I believe. You ever encountered the emerald tablets of thought?
What is God?
Did you enlighten me, God? Oh, sorry. What did I step somewhere where you don't like it? Emerald tablets.
We were asking you questions and you decided to ask us about the emerald
Another.
tablets of thought. Yeah, so
Yes. Sorry.
now I
I.
have to ask you, what is
Mhm.
the emerald tablets of thought? What are you referring to?
Something that's been written from somebody that had his own opinion, but nobody did translate them in Albanian. Um, it's a very.
What are the emerald tablets of thought?
What are the emeralds of
What?
thought? Are
Yep.
some
What are these emerald tablets?
ancient relics? They say. I don't
Where are
know.
they?
Nobody knows.
Oh, nobody knows. How do you know they exist?
I know they exist. No, I'm not sure of it.
Oh, you
I'm
don't know
with
they
you.
exist. Why did
I'm
you
with
ask me about the emerald tablets?
Just a sec, because the they, you know, they, whoever governs this plane or whatever it is, they did bury them. Bury
They
them.
did bury them. Are you sure
Yes,
they buried them?
I think so, because I cannot
How do
find
you
the
know
same
they
thing.
exist?
Because of the, how do you say? I'm Albanian, first of all, so I'm not very,
You're doing
very
very well with your English.
with my English. Thank you, thank you. But they buried all the information that I have the first time the tablets were on the internet. First
You
time
say
when the
they buried it, all the information they had on the internet. But
yes.
how are you saying they buried? If it was information on the internet, doesn't that mean it's still somewhere on the internet? Or are you saying it's completely scrubbed all the information that was there?
Look, maybe it's not the right word buried, but maybe it's changed the information.
How do you know they changed it?
Because it's not the same when I first meet the information. It's not the same information. It's not the same
Are you
words.
sure it's not? Are you
I'm
sure it's
very
not
sure of
possible
it.
that the
I'm
okay?
very sure of it because it's not the same
To the end of the
translation that I
question.
have in 2019 or 18 when I first came on these information. It's not very different. It's almost the same, but it has different words. And when it has different words, you cannot achieve the higher consciousness.
It sounds like you don't know what to say. So it sounds like what you're trying to say is that the words are different and you can't achieve something that
That's
the
it.
other words help you
That's it.
achieve. And that's not actually telling any emerald tablets that you didn't just
Okay.
search the wrong thing. Maybe
I got you.
found some
I got you.
translation
I
of some
got you
other
on that,
book.
what you
And
were
still,
trying to say.
who's to say that the information Who's to
Okay.
say that the
Let me
information
say
you
that.
found
Let
in
me say. Let me
2019 was actually emerald tablets? I'm not sure that I want to hear
because
what you
they
have to say
make
because you
me.
can't let me
Okay, I
finish a
got you. I
simple
got you.
question.
Let me
Does
just
anybody else have a question for this guest? Because I think I've concluded my questions.
Okay, I got you. So the emerald tablets that I read at that time.
My answer was also no.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I didn't feel like it was communication. I don't think it was the language barrier. I don't think he was listening to hear any of the questions that I had to ask. He wanted to answer them before they were even completed, which means he wasn't hearing them. If he liked the belief that he's trying to question, then take some time and think it through. But also understand that I'm going to ask you questions, and you gotta let me finish. Otherwise, you're not answering my question. You're answering the thing you assume I'm asking.
I've encountered a lot of conspiracy theorists who just want to talk at you about their conspiracy theory because they need somebody to listen to it this past week or so. And I'm not into that at all.
It feels, it feels disrespectful and kind of gross to be just kind of talked at unconsensually.
Yeah, it does feel that way. It also is like so frustrating to me when like again when if I'm sitting on Scott's live talking about dinosaur bones and somebody comes up with their conspiracy theory like saying it's science and demanding that we listen to it, it's just like, yeah, it's disrespectful, it's rude to be talked at, especially when what you're saying is nonsense.
Honestly, I've just found in everyday life that when people just speak to me, it's just gross. They don't have to actually even be conversing with me. I just don't like people talking to me.
It's pretty fair. I kind of share that sentiment most of the time.
Like, don't fucking wish me a good day when I'm leaving the grocery store. I don't fucking care. Don't talk to me. I know it's your job. Just
Don't fucking thank me for holding the door.
yeah.
Don't.
You don't want the greeter at Costco to say I love you?
I think it's someone at Chick-fil-A that says that.
Oh, sorry. My mistake.
I do like playing the game of hey, where's my receipt at Walmart with the greeter.
That's the worst.
I haven't had.
Anytime I go into Walmart, I have I have over-the-ear headphones and I have them on, even if there's nothing in them. I have them on if I'm in Walmart.
No, I just blatantly stare at them. What are they gonna do? And I do my famous no, and then walk away.
No.
Yep, just no.
Why are all the men I know from Kentucky have deep voices and are very grouchy? And I just see I've been noticing a pattern here.
Hmm.
Are you feeling grouchy today, Heretical?
Feeling
Sounds like
grouchy.
Critical's pretty grouchy.
I think my nickname has become Grumpy Bones, from what I've heard.
Grumpy Bones.
I
Yeah,
did hear that the other day, actually.
that's Kira has dubbed me Grumpy Bones,
Fascinating.
and then Max calls me an angry cadaver.
I've known Kira for more than a year, and she's seen me go through all kinds of moods. She's never called me Grumpy Bones. You must really be grumpy.
That is honestly super fair because Thrayle can be pretty fucking grouchy sometimes.
She had a live the other night where she was doing karaoke and singing and stuff.
Yeah, I saw part of that.
Yeah. Well, she asked me to come up, and I said no, thank you. That's the other skeleton that can sing.
I did think about it too. If I wasn't already running late for my live when I scrolled in there, I probably would have gone up and sang a song.
What would you have sang?
My go-to karaoke song is usually Johnny Cash's rendition of Hurt or Won't Back Down. Those are
Oh my.
That would probably
like
sound pretty
those.
good.
Okay. Yeah, the Johnny Cash rendition of Hurt, like Thrayle doing the Johnny Cash rendition of Hurt would be pretty fucking. Yeah, that'd be pretty good.
Honestly, I would have rolled if you would have said Bad to the Bone.
Bad to the Bone is hilarious. I do enjoy the irony of it. But the other thing I do at karaoke is really annoying is sing original songs.
I have always enjoyed the few original songs I've caught when you are twiddling around with your ukulele in Discord. Have very
You've heard at least two of them, yeah.
and yeah, at least two of you just in Discord with your ukulele. Oh my God, Folsom Prison Blues, that would be good. You should sing Folsom Prison Blues.
I would do it slowed down, though. I don't like it as fast as it is. It's very fast.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Q. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
What?
Can I get your age?
I'm 18.
What year were you born?
Hey, hold on. What is this? What's this thing going on? What's going on? This is
It's really unfortunate.
What?
I'm not. I'm not here to update you on current events or help you beat the prompt. What's this thing going on? I have
Let's
no
go.
idea. I think you might need someone helping you perceive reality at the moment. That's not me.
What's going
You
on?
know,
Is you're getting
maybe Bob Dylan. That'd be a good song.
I heard the Texas accent come out. What year were you born?
What year were you born? Yeah,
I heard it for
it does.
just for a second.
It does peek through from time to time. From time to time.
You guys would probably be so tickled if you, like, if I went to North Carolina for a few weeks and you heard me at the end of it, like, and you didn't hear me the whole time, so you didn't, like, it wasn't like a gradual change, right? If I just like was in North Carolina for a few weeks and then popped back up here, you guys would be tickled by that.
North Carolina's a different kind of Southern, though.
But there's the twang gets real thick, especially compared to like the way I normally speak, like the normal like accent or tone of my voice, you know.
I actively have to suppress my accent.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants a Kentucky accent sneaking through. That's weird.
I get if I get emotional or like get mad or even get happy, I'll the accent will start talking normally. I guess
Talking normally.
the with the accent of my people. Do we have a Wi-Fi situation?
We do have a Wi-Fi situation.
Yeah,
She knows it, though.
that's too bad. Oh, I said the accent of the Appalachia Hill people.
No, I don't live that far south.
What do you mean? They live in Kentucky.
Yeah, that's a whole different accent.
We have a guest. Hello, the last true artist. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
41.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Man, how do you answer that? It's almost impossible.
It's impossible for you to answer if you have a belief.
Yeah, it is. If I have a belief, I believe I'm an artist. Is that okay? Is that
The
okay?
question was
Is it?
okay. Oh God, we're gonna do
Oh
this.
God.
No, not. Let me just say Christianity.
Or
Nope.
or we could just not.
We can just not. Yeah, we can just not.
I fucking
It's gonna
hate
be
that
that thing
game.
where
You know how much I hate that game.
they're just gonna present some idea that's completely off topic, has nothing to do with the questions, and ask if it's okay every time because they want validation. I'm not here for your validation. If you can question your belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, then go ahead and request on it.
Now I'm grumpy because I don't have any coffee creamer. Somebody put the coffee creamer container back completely fucking empty, and now I'm really.
So that's when you add milk and sugar or honey if you're really creative and shake it up so it catches some of the flavor of your creamer.
I do have heavy
Or
creamer. I mean, I've got half and half. That could work.
Mm-hmm.
oh, half and half is so good in coffee.
There you go.
Also, in the same vein, one time when I was in high school, my little brother ate the middle out of all the Oreos and then put the package like with the just like un like filling cookies back, and I grabbed them to eat some Oreos, and it was just a bunch of fucking plain cookies.
Ziggy's in jail
Right.
for life because that's what that monster
So
deserves.
angry.
Hello. How are we?
Hello, Toad Moda. Doing great. How are you?
Doing alright. A little bit tired, but that's beside the point.
Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 26. Well, will be.
Nearly 26. And do you have a belief in a god or a god's higher power or anything like that?
I do.
And what god is that?
Not so much a god, however, it is the belief in auras, chakras, and energy as I can best describe it.
What is a chakra?
A chakra, or aura, is the manifestation of the body's internal energy.
What is energy?
Energy is a internal force that we have not been able to properly explain or calculate yet.
What do you mean by force?
See, that's where I'm struggling. I don't know how to describe it further than that. It can be seen as almost a flowing source, or sometimes it can be almost gaseous or cloud. There's a lot of different ways it can manifest. But my best description for it would be an intuitive feeling of a person, I suppose, or a being.
So a person's intuition.
I suppose that doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound like I'm explaining it properly, because intuition doesn't convey what I view it as. Like I said, and I know it's difficult to describe, but the best way I could describe it would be force or sense.
Well, actually, that does raise another question. What is self?
An interesting question indeed. I would believe the self is akin to the soul. And that begs the question is, what is a soul, and does a soul even exist? And to that question, I answer,
Right,
I don't.
and I have a background for that too.
That's great.
Sorry.
I love that. Indeed, though. Indeed. What is a soul? To be honest, I'm not quite sure. I believe in it. And I believe that it is something that exists. But can I explain it? No. No, I can't.
So what is it that you believe exists?
Like I said, the reverberation of like a life force, if you will. And I don't know how to explain that. Energy itself is something that physicists have come out and said we don't know what it is. We can't describe it.
Are you sure they've said they can't describe it?
They probably
They
haven't
don't
said
have.
those exact words.
Could they have a working definition for what they mean when they talk about energy?
In that context, typically energy is a placeholder for a numerical value of some sort of force, like gravitational energy, or magnetic energy, or kinetic energy. I'm
And
implying
in
that
those,
the energy of
sorry,
the
in those answers, in those kinds of energies, what is the force that we're talking about?
well, for example, with gravitational energy, that is the force of the Earth that is pulling things toward it. For kinetic energy, that is
You
the
said it's
buildup
the
of
force.
energy from
Sorry.
movement.
Sorry, you said gravitational energy is the force things are pulled towards the Earth?
Yes, like the gravitational pull. That's what I'm attempting to explain. I don't have the proper word for it. The thing that keeps things on the Earth instead of floating all around.
Right. When scientists talk about energy, um, are they talking about a vague idea of something they can't quite define? Or in each aspect of it, are they talking about something that can be usually measured?
Generally speaking, it's normally something that can be measured.
So, when you're talking about energy, as far as life force, um, or chakras or auras, are those things that can be measured?
I would say not yet. I would argue we're in a state of time that is very similar to how things were before we could measure or quantify gravity. I believe it's
Is it
something we haven't found the ability to quantify yet.
is it possible that there is nothing there to quantify?
Oh, it's certainly possible. It's very possible. Probable, even.
What do you think would um, compel you to believe that there are no souls or um, spirits, no chakras?
I think the only thing that could truly and utterly convince me is when it is irrefutably proven when I do inevitably unalive. Or I'm not sure what else there could be that would prove it to me. That's the only thing I've come to the conclusion of. I'm not saying there's not anything else that would convince me otherwise. That's the only thing I can personally think of.
Do you believe that there is afterlife?
I do.
In what way? What is afterlife?
That I don't know. But I struggle to comprehend the thought process of my consciousness ceasing to exist in its entirety. So I believe in something, but I'm not quite sure what when it comes to that particular regard.
So, because you struggle to comprehend the idea of your consciousness ceasing, then you feel that it must not? That there is some eternal existence of it?
I believe in the possibility of consciousness ceasing to exist, but I can't wrap my and because I can't wrap my head around the thought of it, I find it difficult to believe in, or have lack of belief of.
Have a lack of belief, since fair. So you have a lack of belief in it, of a cessation of existence.
I suppose so. It seems almost opposite to you from my
Why?
understanding.
Well,
Why
I don't know that I
what?
believe there is a necessary cessation, but yeah, I would wonder why you would lack belief in a cessation.
Well, as I said, it's not something I can even remotely begin to wrap my head around or imagine or put myself into the eyes of. And because I can't even begin to imagine it, how can I believe in it?
Do you remember your existence prior to birth?
No.
Could that be because there wasn't an existence of you prior to birth?
It's possible.
If that is the case, then wouldn't that be kind of the same experience upon death? Or lack of experience?
See, I suppose, but it's difficult to imagine because I, as I said, I have no recollection of it. But I also have no recollection of the majority of my childhood, and I know that happened because I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least, I think I know I'm here. Realistically, we don't know if any of this is true.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
He
Thank
put
you for
himself in the jar for you, cat.
I will consistently remind you of this.
He opened the vat
this
and
is,
jumped in.
yeah.
It was either you or it was
Well,
that. I don't remember who.
because I don't know if you
But it was
know
one of the
Thrayle,
two.
but it was me. It was me. And as a whole existence, and I didn't that very much in existential crisis because I felt really bad
Come again? You kind of broke up.
about it.
She's saying she felt bad for your
Oh,
existential crisis after
I do
letting you
recall
know
that,
that.
yes.
yeah, I felt really bad about that. I don't know if
I
you can hear
appreciate your
me.
empathy.
We can hear you now.
The votes are watching and eating Wi-Fi. Oh, perfect.
It is.
But yeah, that's eating the Wi-Fi. Um, it, it's
Maybe it's
Oh,
my
there was a
fault
whole lot we
because I'm having
dismissed.
there is
Melissa.
no.
It's not you, Toad. It's the lava eating the Wi-Fi, is what she said.
It's not you.
Ah, thank you. I appreciate that. But no, I don't discredit the possibility of a cessant of existence, as you put it.
Cessation.
However,
Yeah.
yes, cessation. Thank you. But I still find it difficult to wrap my head around because while there was a time I was not existing, I do exist. Therefore, I am. And at that point, the idea of me ceasing to exist is very difficult for me to come to terms with. Because I feel like the soul is more. How do I put this? I feel like it carries more weight than something that can simply cease to exist. What the fuck is afterlife in general? 100%. Um, as I said, I also don't exactly think each soul is unique. I feel like it is a method of reincarnation. To where,
Sorry,
no, I wouldn't
you don't
remember my
think
past.
souls are unique?
However,
Yeah, I was gonna pop in on that when you said souls are not unique.
yes. I mean that in a way of saying reincarnation. I believe that there are a finite number of them, and it is a cycle. Life itself is a cycle, in my opinion, and from what I have come to understand, or believe I understand.
And so there's a finite amount of souls, but then how are I? Mm, I don't, if there's a finite amount of souls, then how do we have a population issue?
That I'm not sure. That you make a good point there. It could be there could possibly be a bank of extra ones that have been continuing. There could be something creating them. Realistically, that is probably a unfounded belief, and there's probably not a finite number.
And so where is this creator or this bank? What would constitute? What would you think there's a reason for that?
I couldn't tell you. That was something that I hadn't thought that far into it, so I genuinely was trying to think of hypothetical. That is something that I'm still struggling with myself.
Mm. So did you talk earlier about things like that?
That was not me. That was a different individual.
I thought you said something about chakras earlier.
I did in the very beginning, yes. I thought you were asking about hours earlier. There was a different guest. I apologize.
No, I've only been up here for about an hour.
Ah, yes. Okay, fair enough. Yes, I did mention chakras and life energy in general. Whether you call it a chakra or whether you call it an aura or anything of the sort, I find them to be fairly interchangeable.
Well, then what would you call it directly then? What would be your term for it?
My personal term, I really haven't found one aside from just energy. And once again, what the fuck is energy? It's something that we don't really know, nor can it be.
We missed you on that one, Kat. I was
I
waiting for her to
didn't
say
quite
something.
hear what you said, Kat. I apologize. I heard you say something, but it was broken up.
What energy is.
I know that I don't know. There could be somebody that knows, but that person is not me.
Have you looked up the definition of what energy is at any point in time?
I have, and according to Google, energy is a placeholder term used to you. I think it said things we can't explain or something like that. I'm not in front of a computer where I can look it up exactly word for word right now, but it was something similar.
The the definition of energy is the ability to do work. That is what energy is. It's not a placeholder for numerical
Okay.
value or anything.
Elaborate on that a little bit more so I can connect the dots better.
That's not up to me to connect the dots for you. That's something that you have to do on your own.
Okay. I apologize if I was disrespectful and asking.
That's not offensive. It's just I don't think anybody up here wants to connect the dots for you. It's something that you have to come up with on your own.
Okay, I'm not seeing the correlation from what I was saying to the ability to do work.
Well, you came up to this correlation on your own, did you not?
I'm not following. I'm sorry.
All of these things that you've come up here and said that you have come up with on your own by doing research and reading and soul searching and doing all that, correct?
Yes.
So then why do we not explore further? Why are we stuck in one spot?
I suppose because I'm struggling as to where to go from here. I found something that resonates. It makes sense to me.
We heard you for a second, Cap.
I know I lost the and you hear me right now. If you don't see the correlation between what you have, the conclusion you have come to, and what the scientific community has come to, then maybe it's time to rethink.
To rethink is what you said? I just want to make sure I heard you properly.
Yeah, to rethink the conclusion that you came to if the experts came to a different conclusion.
Fair enough. And what if I'm uncomfortable with that conclusion?
Well, then it comes down to one of Pat's favorite questions.
I would ask.
Go ahead, Kat.
Yeah. Oh, well, so I would ask why you were uncomfortable with it, but heretical.
I think one of Pat's favorite questions is, would you rather have an uncomfortable truth or a comfortable lie?
That's something that was asked to me the last time I was on here. And
yeah, I know exactly who asked you that question.
In this context, specifically, I would rather have a comfortable truth until I'm forced to be confronted with the uncomfortable one. Or the comfortable lie until I'm forced to be confronted with the uncomfortable truth. Because realistically, what can I do about the truth now if it's going to continuously stress me out and make me uncomfortable and upset?
That's a pretty good question. What use is the uncomfortable truth?
Yes, I'm a blue pill. I'm a blue pill person.
So, you would rather have the comfortable lie until you are faced? Could that not be devastating if you are building everything upon a shaky foundation?
Yes, genuinely so, it would be. But I also would argue it would be devastating no matter what time I'm confronted with that. To where if I can hold it off until I absolutely need to confront it, I would rather do that because I don't see the value in confronting it too early.
Wouldn't it be more beneficial to withhold acceptance of either the uncomfortable truth or the comfortable lie until presented with enough reason to accept one over the other?
It's not the same as simply ignoring the problem.
And so you would rather ignore the problem?
No, I was saying wouldn't refusing to accept either option be ignoring the problem.
I don't think that's ignoring the problem. If you're actively pursuing the problem.
Isn't that what we're doing, though? Consistently questioning our beliefs and finding new ones. Finding new answers and finding different beliefs and different explanations for things. I thought that's what we were doing on this live. I
Creating.
apologize if I misunderstood.
No, you're not misunderstanding, Totem. But are you creating explanations where none exist for the sake of having an explanation?
I'm attempting not to, but I can't definitively tell myself that I am or I am not. I don't think that I am, but I could be. I'll have to be a little bit more introspective on that front.
I appreciate that answer. Do you think that inserting answers into the gaps of the I don't know is somehow beneficial for you? As you said, God, I keep mixing it up. Holding the comfortable lie until faced with the uncomfortable truth. Um, could, could that not slow you down from discovering the truth?
Perhaps. Almost certainly, it probably would slow me down a bit. But at the same time, aren't we all moving at our own pace? Do we need to speed up? If this is making me more comfortable while I'm still consistently searching as well. I feel like I'm still searching and I'm still making that conscious effort to continue looking and questioning, while still tiding myself over with this belief as well. Almost as if you're having a snack before dinner. You're hungry, but you're not going to eat early and spoil you.
What is the snack though? What is the belief that you're actually holding?
Indeed, that is definitely a question. And the question is not one I know how to answer. I'm not sure.
I like how willingly how honestly you deliver it. I
Well,
hope that
I don't
keeps
know
propelling
isn't
you
a bad
forward.
thing. If anything, and I don't know is a good thing. It shows that we have more to learn, we have more to discover, and more to research. People have put such a negative connotation on those three words, and I feel like that negative connotation needs to be abolished. And the only way we abolish it is by normalizing it.
I am so satisfied to hear you say that I don't know isn't a bad thing. I think that's like such a far step from the first time we spoke to you, and I love that so much. And also, I have been struggling to stay awake, Thrayle, and you have seen Tetra off. May I be excused?
I haven't seen her off, but yes, you may.
Oh, you put the dog walk up.
I checked on her.
Oh, okay. Well, okay.
But you can be excused. Thank you, Kat.
Okay, thanks.
Go
Good
get some
night.
sleep. What do you think you will achieve by finding the answers, if you ever do?
What do I think? Satisfaction. I feel like I'll be
Are you sure
satisfied.
do you think the answers will be satisfying?
Honestly, no. I don't. I don't think the answers will be satisfying, but I myself will be satisfying in having an answer. The main process is
Even if the
continuing to
answer
look,
is,
continuing to learn.
would you be satisfied? Would you be just as satisfied if the answer was a system of existence, no afterlife, no gods?
If I had definitive proof of it, I would be satisfied to a certain extent. Not as satisfied, but I would still be satisfied. Realistically, I know a cessation of existence is the most probable answer. It's just not one that I particularly like. And so I'll continue to look.
I hope that you do, Toadmoto. I'm not sure that I have any more questions for you right now, but I don't know if Heretical or Noctis do. Good morning, or I guess afternoon, now Noctis. How are you?
Hello, Noctis.
Hello, hi, beautiful people. I'm feeling alright, considering all the sniffles. I slept
That's
well.
good.
I was a sleeper on the live for a while. I've never been one of those before.
We appreciate all of our sleepers.
Yeah, we do. I get it, guys. I finally get it. Okay.
That's what happened to me. I fell asleep with Martha at like, I think it was, what did you say, Thrayle? It was like 1 o'clock. And then I woke up
It was about 1 a.m. my time.
Yeah, so it'd be like, I think it was like 2 over here. And then I woke up to, I think about a zoo and people in cages, and it was very loud. That's what I heard anyway.
I can't really tell you. I do remember waking up to hearing a conversation go on, and then I just was like, nah, and went back to sleep.
Yeah, there have been a few of those.
But yeah. So at some point I turned it off, and I apologize, but I did come back. So, you know.
Well, I'm glad you came back. And I'm glad to hear you're feeling better.
Well, we've got the apples and the actual signs now, so I don't feel as achy. Maybe all I needed was a good night listening to you lot.
That's what it is.
Yeah, it's the magic of the Thrayle boys.
Well, that just raises a very important question there, Noctis.
Magic is fantasy and a realm in which we like to disappear. It is not real, and we know this, but still we can dream. That is what magic is. Do you like it?
It was very poetic, and your delivery does sell it just a little bit, but I think it raises questions.
Was it the delivery of it, the profile picture of the cat? It makes it all.
The black cat. The magical black cat.
Yeah, she can almost sell magic to you, couldn't she?
It's like that character in the RPG that you're playing, and it's like glowing, and so they have a side mission for you.
I'm okay with that, actually.
Say,
I'm also okay with selling magic.
Noctis is a...
Why not?
Yeah, with that more a magic vendor than a side quest NPC.
They can. It's not. They're not mutually exclusive. They could be interchangeable.
I would like to thank you for having me up here again. It was nice, and I enjoyed it.
Absolutely, Toadmodo. You've done great. Your last couple times on panel have been wonderful examples of questioning belief. I still see you holding on to some things to fill the gaps, and you say it mostly is something that brings you comfort, and you're fine with it until given or faced with the uncomfortable truth. I wonder what will be that facing for you, if there is such a facing, and
It will definitely be
and
interesting.
how you will handle it.
Only time will tell. But thank you again. I will drop down that way.
Absolutely.
I'm not bothering you guys.
You're not bothering us at all, but I do appreciate you, Tomodu. I'll set you down. Appreciate you. Big W's for Tomodu, who is questioning his beliefs and doing quite a good job of it, I'd say.
I would have questioned, but I missed the beginning of it, so I didn't feel like it would be fair to jump in with something without listening to the whole thing.
You know, the usual chakras, energy, and complete open acceptance to the possibility that he could be wrong. Oh, that's not usual at all, is it?
It's very fair. We like the open.
And acceptance and admittance that most of the belief is more comfort-based than evidence. And, yeah.
That's usually an odd one whenever I hear that that it's just they know that it may not be true, but they're just using it for a comfort blanket. That's the one that kind of throws me for a second.
Why?
It's honest.
Yeah, it's honest, and I'm not expecting honesty all the time.
I like it when I hear it.
I do too. I find it refreshing to hear that level of honesty. I agree, Toadmodo. There's no reason to avoid transparency in these, at least in these discussions. I understand when you're posturing for a debate, when you're trying to hold some rigid ground for, but even then, it's not going to be productive. Crutches are meant to be used, and what is religion if not a crutch? See, refreshingly honest.
A beautiful sentiment as well. I like that.
We really do have the best audience on TikTok. Watching all these respectful discussions take place in the comments. Ashtoreth says religion is the opiate.
Hello.
Welcome back, Ash. It's been a while.
Yeah, no, I've been here before.
H
Yeah.
for TikTok, TOS. Sorry, can you remind me your age?
I'm not really here to question things, though. I'm just here to. Actually, I'm here to listen and listening. And there's like a lot of I don't really know how to define it because it's not.
But Ashtoreth, the question I asked really quick before you start going down what you're going into,
Sure.
I had asked for your age.
Oh, I'm 57, dude.
57. Thank you.
Yeah.
And you don't hold a belief in a god or anything like it, correct?
No, not exactly. You see, that's the problem. Not exactly. No, I don't. I mean, we've talked before, and
I'd ask you the standard
fascinating
questions.
topic. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'd have likely asked you the standard questions I ask normal
Yeah, you have.
players,
Yeah,
which would
yeah,
be
absolutely.
like, what would convince you? Would you worship it? What would make you worship, or what kind of thing would you worship?
Yeah, no, you did ask that. I don't worship anything.
Mm-hmm.
Let me take that back. There are psychological archetypes that I focus on at certain points in time to develop them.
Very psychological archetypes that you focus on to develop them. You said.
Yes, yes, absolutely. That's the best way.
So you
put it.
think of certain characters so you can act like them.
Not necessarily that I act like them, but like for example, to get into the deep psychology of it, my mother was a very very disappointing person, and so it took me a while to find a concept of womanhood that was more acceptable. So really in a Jungian sense, I'm talking about archetypes in that way, in that I'm trying to develop my mind to see certain things, certain people, certain concepts in certain ways.
Do you think it's fair to put people in a box?
Oh no,
As
absolutely.
archetypes?
It is. It's. I don't know that. Okay, it is bad, but it is useful when trying to overcome past trauma. You put them in a box, overcome the past trauma, and then begin to extrapolate to larger ideals.
This is fascinating. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like a simplifying. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're okay.
No, I'm just saying it's simplifying things in order to adjust them, reorganize them, and then move on. And then once the the trauma is dealt with, if it can be, then you can begin to put in the bigger issues, put in the adjusting effects. Well, no, I'm gonna say you. I had to create a monster in a sense in order to break out of the thought patterns I followed. And then once I broke out of the thought patterns I followed, the things that were defensive then and helped me then that don't help me in the future, once I kind of disconnect those, then I can go back and get more of the nuance. But when I'm actually trying to break out of the trauma, the nuance is relevant. What's relevant is recognizing what I'm kind of doing and what I'm doing in the future that worked in the past that doesn't work now. I'm not sure if that's making sense, but that's kind of really what I'm talking about.
I would ask though, why this method instead of others, right?
Mhm.
So why choose to do this rather than use other methods that could help?
Oh, because I had horrible parents. I really had horrible parents, and when you
No, I get that.
I mean,
I get that. I'm not
yeah,
trying to make
the
it
majority of people,
personal.
their idea of God, it comes from their idea of their parents, and so yeah, I mean, I immediately disrespected my parents, disrespected the concept of God, because I had to fight for things on my own. I had to fight for basic living on my
So
own.
would you say your lack of belief is the rebellion against that then?
Oh yeah, no,
because they were
absolutely.
so for it.
Yeah, I would
Okay.
say that's where it began. Absolutely, that's where it began. And where it solidified is in my search to okay, so I guess I would say I rebelled, and then I understood my rebellion, and so I searched to find the truth in what I rebelled against, and found nothing.
What do you mean by you found nothing?
No, I mean it's I I read the I read the Christian Bible from front to
So what
back.
you were rebelling against was the Christian Bible.
No, yeah, that's how I was raised. I was raised to believe in that whole concept. Yeah,
And you found
but
no truth whatsoever in the Bible.
oh, see, no truth whatsoever is a hard point. It's a hard point, Thrayle, because some of the concepts, yeah, are true. Absolutely, some of the concepts are true. But the core concepts, no, not true at all.
What would be those untrue core concepts?
Oh, that the basic mythology of it. I mean, when you get down to some of the things that the supposed um, Messiah said, well, some of that shit, yeah, it's true. You know, if you see somebody and they're acting a certain way, you can assume how they are because they're acting that way. You know, a tree is known by its fruit. It's a metaphor, but it's true. It's undeniably true. But does that mean that the person who said it is some mythological being? No, it doesn't mean that.
What do you think might compel you to believe that there is more truth in the Bible than you give credit?
Oh no, fuck the Bible, dude. The Bible's dude. Okay, I read the Bible. I've read the Upanishads. I've read the sutras. I've read and it's
you
all.
heard my question.
Okay, go ahead.
What do you think might compel you to believe that the Bible holds more truth than you currently give it credit?
Okay, so what leads me to believe the Bible may control more or may contain more truth?
Nope. What could lead you to believe?
So, say it again.
What might compel you to believe that the Bible holds any more truth than you currently give it credit? What might convince you that it is true?
Okay, yeah, I understand. Oh, that's true. No, nothing could convince me it's true. But I could be convinced of the benefit of it, the value of it.
He's not saying that it would convince you that it's completely true, but that it holds more truth than what you give it credit for.
Oof, good question. No, because nothing really. Because I mean, I would have to have like concrete proof. Because the benefit that I think it gives, the reality it might contain, is in some of the positive philosophy and the concept that it brings godhood in a sense closer to being human than otherwise. I mean, if you watch if you think about the evolution of human thought on what is spirit / God, it goes from gods of the trees, spirits of the rocks, to animalistic gods, to anthropomorphic gods, and then here in Christianity, or the Abrahamic religions, you have a God that is more human. And so, in that evolution of the thought from abstract spirits to human, there may be a benefit in that, but it's got to take a step further.
So this is the only instance in any mythology where a godlike being has become more human or human-like.
Right, and so not the end of the evolution, but a good step towards.
What if I told you that is not exactly true?
In what sense?
There's plenty of other religions that have godlike beings that are, I guess you would say, more human-like than what you realize.
Oh no! Absolutely no. I don't disagree with that at all. I don't think Christianity is the end all be all. It's just that's what I was raised with. That's the bullshit that was implanted in my head as I was growing up. So no, I don't think it's more of anything except more intrusive in my thoughts because of this society I'm in.
Really quickly.
Oops.
Oh, sorry, I'm gonna speak past everybody real quick for just a moment and thank Claire and Angel, Heather's Descent, Donna B. Yellow, Anki Bubs, Hannah, Martha Steele, also Paniac, Polly, and Z-Witch. Thank you guys so much for helping with the previous goal. Really do appreciate all of you. Thank you. If you had a question, I'll just go for it. Did not mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good. I'm just trying to remember what it was. Are you saying that you are currently still in an environment where that religion is encompassing?
In the state that I live in the United States, which is a Christian nation, unfortunately, yes. I am I mean, if you're talking about my own mind, no. But if you're talking about the society I live in, oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and here's the thing is, I mean, I've been on the panel before, and I've talked about my views and beliefs before. I think that I didn't really come up here to not question what I think. I was just curious about some of the things that some of the other people were saying, and I came up actually to listen more than to defend any kind of bullshit belief I might have.
No, that's fair. That's fair. But I think it's fair as well to come up and have your own thoughts questioned, right? Even if
Absolutely.
Thrayl's questioning on my little tiny woo that I still hold somewhere, probably.
I
will question that again.
Go ahead.
Yay.
I identify with that though, because I mean, I was brainwashed with this whole Abrahamic shit my entire life. And so even when I pull away from it, even when I rebel against it, even when I know it's wrong, it still pulls at me in unconscious manners.
Do you think that rebelling against it may be the reason it's holding on to you so tightly, or how you feel like it is holding on to you so tightly?
No, yeah. Well, first of all, I don't think it holds on to me tightly. That's the one thing I have to disagree with. It does not hold on to me tightly. But I think my rebellion against it is primarily from the fact that I was raised into it.
Do you feel that rebelling against it is the only way to go to be, I guess?
No. I just do it because I get a kick out of it. I get a kick out of irritating the religionists around me. Basically, I mean, I don't. It's like in a sense calling myself a Satanist, even though I'm not a Satanist, but it pisses them off, and that makes me happy.
So you would wear a disguise to piss other people off?
Oh hell yeah, absolutely, every day. Every day.
Interesting.
I do enjoy poking people in their stupid beliefs.
Why are their beliefs stupid?
I mean, that's okay. You know what? I got to step back. That's a good question. Why do I think their beliefs are stupid? I have to reevaluate the word that I gave. I say their words are stupid because they irritate me, and they irritate me because they use their beliefs in an attempt to politically control my life, and that pisses me off. It does.
And so, because something makes you mad, I'm sorry, Noctis, you go ahead. I took the
Yeah,
other.
go ahead.
No, you're on a roll. Go for it.
Oh, don't say that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fuck it up.
Go.
Yeah.
If something just upsets you, is I don't know. I guess it's me playing, I don't know, devil's advocate. I guess just because
That's fine. That's fine.
Just because it makes you mad, or just upsets you, does that mean you get the right to poke or prod or try to make others mad?
Hell yeah. Yeah, it does. Yes, it does. If they have the ability to make me mad, I have the ability to make them mad. Not saying that I need to harm people. I'm not saying that I need to do anything that destroys them. But if they can sit in their thrones and believe that their right is to make me mad, I will throw it back at them, and I have no guilt about it.
So people sitting in their belief system and not even acknowledging your existence gives you the right to make them mad just because they believe in something.
No, if they're dismissing, because first of all, I'm walking around and I'm doing my thing, okay, and if people are not hassling me, that's fine. I'm not going to be a dick. But if they're going to use their insane mythological belief system to try to coerce me to do things differently than what makes me happy, fuck yeah, I'm gonna piss them off. In fact, not only am I gonna rebel against them and deny what they're saying, I am gonna actively provoke them.
Right.
Interesting.
You think actively provoking people is the correct way?
No, I just think it's fun. I'm not going to say what I'm doing is the correct way. I cannot assume what I'm doing is the correct way, but I enjoy it.
Because it's difficult. My partner was quite similar, but only ever if they came up to him, right? You have people in the street who are religious, and they
Exactly.
but it's never good. Sometimes I'll sit and I'll pull back and be like, do it nicer. You don't have to yell. You don't have to be awful about it. You don't have to match their level. Which I think
sound
is key.
just like my wife.
What makes you any better if you match that energy?
What makes me match that? Say it again.
If you are just as forceful, what makes you any different?
Nothing. No, I understand what you're saying. Nothing makes me different from them if I'm just as forceful. I'm just as much an asshole as they are. I do understand that, and I'm accepting that.
it sort of gets rid of the they and them, doesn't it?
It does. No, it does. No, I don't disagree with that. I can't say that I'm right in doing what I do, but I can say that I'm tired of not doing it. I'm tired of being punched and not punching back.
But that's a case by case situation. I wouldn't put
It is.
everyone
It is.
under the same umbrella, right? Like I get the anger, of course I get the anger. I'm female. I think inherently I get the anger.
I know, right? Yeah, no, yeah.
But I do find that getting people, sort of like the reason for Thrayle's Live, right? Getting people to think about it is way more promising than just putting them on the defense. Putting people
Oh, no,
on the
yeah.
defense, no matter what the question is, no matter who they, them, us are.
That's one of the things I really like about following this group in Slack is that it's not just about this against that. Questioning not just what you believe, questioning what you do. And this is a hell of an awesome bit of therapy. And thank you.
Oh, I did not intend that. I am no professional.
But you did, though. You didn't intend it, but you're doing it. You as a group.
Womp womp. I take no responsibility.
I'd denounce any armchair diagnosis or therapy. I am not a professional.
It is true though. It is true, and it's not just you guys trying to. I'm not saying
sorry,
you're trying to pretend to be. What I'm saying is it's social questioning. You know, if it's a group of people sitting around another person going, do you really want to cheat on your wife? Is that really what you want to do? It's not psychological. It's social questioning, and that's fine. It's perfect. It's great. And so that's what I enjoy about this is that I know my ideas are not perfect, and I'm not trying to get them perfect. But every time I talk on this panel, I improve.
I'm sorry, every time you talk on this panel, you what?
I improve. The group of you, the different questions that I'm asked make me question what I'm thinking, what I'm doing, and I improve as a conscious person every time I'm better. I'm better for having my shit questioned.
Yeah, Ashtoreth, I'm speaking. I wonder what improvement you will take from this questioning. I wonder if there is an improvement. But I appreciate you being here. I am ready to move on to the next guest. So I hope that
that's
you
fine.
keep asking questions.
No, I'll jump off and let the next guest come. That's fine.
I'll take care of that for you. We lost Noctis. I stepped away for a second. What'd I miss? Did she get run off?
No, she said she had a phone call. I heard the ring.
Okay, just making sure. We do have Nick joining us. Nick Infinite. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 39 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I have a belief in experience in God, and I had a question for, I guess, the evolutionary / materialist people.
So you're not here to question your beliefs. Cool. We'll just move on to the next person who is actually here to question their beliefs.
That was easy.
I mean, unless he was. If he was here to question his beliefs, as the prompt suggests, he's welcome to request back up. But this is not a debate space, and we're not here to field your questions for, as you called them, evolutionaries. I think maybe you should probably read the prompt in a room before you decide to come up with your debate tactic or whatever it is. Oh, well, I guess he's had time to read the prompt. Maybe he actually is here to question his beliefs. We'll see. So, Nick, the questions I had were, first is your age. Let's get that again.
Yeah, 39.
Okay, just making sure. And you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power or something like that?
Yes.
Which god do you believe in?
In the Christian God of the Bible. No, I haven't.
Why not?
No, I have.
I don't see how that was a joke. Many Christians haven't read their Bible.
I know,
read it from beginning to end.
Yeah, which seems like more proof of a God. If they haven't read it, they're still coming to Christ.
I don't know what that even means, how that's proof of a God.
Well, it's not Bible dependent.
Okay, stop arguing. My question was, have you read it from beginning to end?
Yes, I have.
And do you believe the stories within it to be true and literal?
Literal and also metaphorical.
I see, literal and metaphorical. So is the 6-day creation, is that literal and metaphorical?
Oh, no, I don't.
The other?
I don't think that's literal. I think that's not even talking about a physical world being created. I think that's a covenant world being created. Are you familiar with world? Are you familiar with covenant creation, covenant language?
What does covenant world mean?
Well, essentially, it's using physical world creation language to describe a covenantal world being created.
What is a covenantal world?
Well, like I would say, relationship, a fellowship, a
so not. It says that in 6 days he created a relationship world
between God and man.
So the language about him creating the plants and the firmament, the separating the waters, that none of that's relevant. Or is there something?
It's symbols that point to something else. Symbols don't point to themselves. It's pointing to, yeah.
What are the symbols pointing to? What is the firmament symbol?
I'm not sure what that one is yet. I can answer about like light and dark and coming from the dust.
I asked about the firmament one. What is the plant symbol?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the plant means, but
what about the water animals? What do they symbolize? The fish.
Yep, I don't know. Can I tell you about what it means going from dust and like death and life?
No, I'm not asking about that. So, do you believe the Adam and Eve story to be true and literal?
I don't think it's all literal. I think some of it's metaphorical.
Some of the Adam and Eve story is metaphorical. Yeah. What does that mean?
Well, I don't think, first of all, when it says, Adam, you will die that day, I don't think he was talking about physical death. I think he died spiritually.
Why would it use the word for physical death?
And what does the context tell you, Thrayle?
I don't know what you're trying to get at. I asked why does it use the word for physical death?
Right, and so I go off the context. So
sure,
if someone...
so the context where he says, if you eat of this fruit, you will surely die.
Yes, so when someone says I'm...
word for physical death.
Right, when someone says, I'm dying to get done work, I'm so tired. What I know, this, I'm getting to a point, though.
Is it using idiomatic language? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, like when someone says, I'm dying to get done...
idiomatic language for the day you eat of it, you will surely die.
Okay. All right. So he's saying you will die, like you will spiritually die. You will be out of good favor.
Where does it say spiritually?
Do you know how an idiom works?
Yes, where does it say spiritually?
So does an idiom specifically say that it's an idiom, or do you get it from the context?
Where does God ever use the idiom, you will die, meaning you'll be separated from me?
Well,
How does that become an idiom?
Also, Hosea 13. I mean, there's many places throughout Scripture. Have you read Hosea? Have you read the book of Hosea?
13, yes.
Okay, so it's in the part where, and now it might be Hosea 14, but it's either 13 or 14, and it's the part where he says that Ephraim, the tribe of Ephraim, was making they were making idols to Baal. They were doing Baal worship, and they died. And then they go around sinning more. That's not them physically dying.
Can you tell me which verse that is?
I don't have it in front of me. It's at the top of Hosea 13 or 14, like verse 2. So if we get the chapter, that's it.
So it's either Hosea 13 or 14.
Yeah, it's Hosea 13 or 14 where it says the tribe of Ephraim. So someone said they could go for a covenantal breakfast.
Men trembled. He was exalted in Israel, but he incurred guilt through Baal and died. And now they sin more and more, and make for themselves molten images.
There you go. It didn't have some helper scriptures saying, "Oh, this is an idiom, by the way."
Sorry, but what is this saying? What are you trying to say that this version of death is referring to?
Is similar to Adam. It's
How?
They die not physically, literally, but in the Hebraic. In the Hebraic.
Can you tell me the Hebrew word used?
Yes, I'd love to tell you. Can I speak now?
I don't know what Hebraic is. Can you tell me what the Hebrew word is?
Yeah, Hebraic means of Hebrew, like of the. You've never heard Hebraic before?
Can you tell me what the Hebrew word there is?
Yeah, no. You want the actual Hebrew word? No, I don't know what the actual Hebrew word is there,
So
but the context is clear.
How do you know that the Hebrew word for death here is the same as in Genesis?
I'm going off the context.
So what context?
Well, again, it's very simple. If someone says you are going to die, but then you don't die physically, either they're not telling the truth or there's context to it.
Where does it say they're going to die in Hosea?
What's that?
Where does it say you're going to die in Hosea? Where's the idiom?
It says they died. It says they died, and then they go around sinning more.
Where is the idiom that you're referring to?
That's the idiomatic use of death. Just like the prodigal son in Luke, he dies, he goes from death to life.
Stop for a moment. I have a question. Why did you request up here?
Because I wanted to talk with you. You don't want to talk anymore?
I just asked why you requested up here.
Yeah, that was my answer. I'm saying I wanted to talk with you. And also, I wanted to get into...
Then I'm not interested in just being talked at. I don't think you're actually listening to my questions. I think you're arguing with questions that are not designed to be argued. I'm not trying to debate you into admitting something. I'm not trying to force you into some kind of proof, and I'm not interested in your arguments or your excited refutations of questioning. It doesn't sound to me like you're capable of questioning your beliefs. It doesn't sound to me like you're actually interested in honoring the prompt. And I simply want to ask questions. I want to hear you actually address and answer them instead of trying to have a debate with someone who's not debating you.
I guess I just have a question. And isn't text to any story or writing just kind of subjective?
A question for Nick.
It's not a question for Nick. It's kind of a general question, but that's how I feel about context with writings, is that you don't really know exactly what they're saying because they're not blatantly saying it, so it's subjective.
Yeah, I don't know if Nick's coming back. His pride and entitlement are gonna probably prevent him from being accepted.
He said in the comments that I can answer that. And
Seems like he can type it then.
it says it won't let him back up.
Well, he's in the queue. I mean, he's got to be accepted. What's the it?
It's the Batcolyte. Is that what it is?
Must be the Batcolyte. I mean, was it just me, or was there some other discussion happening there that I was missing? It seemed like it was just Nick arguing and trying to debate questions that weren't even fully out of my mouth. Why would I do that, Nick? It was just apologetics. It doesn't sound like Nick's actually capable of critical thinking. It doesn't sound like he's actually capable of questioning his beliefs. So why would I let him up on the panel? That doesn't make any sense.
You missed basic Hebrew idioms, Thrayle, is what Nick said.
Basic Hebrew idioms like the word death. There was nothing similar between the two idioms. He couldn't even tell me if they were in the same, like if they were the same Hebrew words. How is it an idiom?
Yes, Noctis, we had a person up here.
I don't know if it was a spicy one. It was a boring one. He was like trying to aggressively argue with questions that weren't even finished being asked.
He was certainly loud enough.
Idiomatic usage. Something certainly was idiomatic.
No, you forgot the T in there.
Oh, you're right. I was thinking of the basomatic.
It's a bat.
Noctis.
No, that's not a Noctis. It's a bat.
We had a Noctis.
I'm sorry, I'm not a Noctis. I'm a Bats.
Hello, Bats.
Hello, Thrayle. Hello, Heretical. How y'all doing? That says it all right there.
He says, do you read the Bible literally? Oh, all of the Bible literally?
Yeah, I would will be. I read the Bible, what will be?
Why would I read the Bible literally?
Sorry, I accepted and then somehow ended up in a different room.
Uh-oh. TikTok does that sometimes. Yeah, I said welcome back to Noctis as Bats join the panel, but good morning, Bats.
I just think it's interesting that he could take a Hebrew word, which he doesn't know, and turn it into an idiom. That just makes no sense to me.
Well, it's an idiom in one chapter, so anytime it's used, except he doesn't know if it's the same word. But anytime the word can be translated to death, well, then it must be an idiom.
I don't know about that one, but I know about the one about washing feet. Maybe you should look that one up.
That's a different idiom.
Well, I don't have an idiom to offer, but I do have a unceremonious drop that I need.
I can handle that one. Appreciate you, Heretical.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Bye, Heretical. Take care. Oh, and Thrayle,
It's
did you
not
say
about
that?
beating. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Bats.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna ask if you saw the light goal recently. Just leveled up.
Oh, 102,000. Appreciate everybody tapping the screen. Yeah, 102,000 times. That is awesome. And am I reading that right? 295 shares. Thank you guys for sharing the live. That really does help.
We got the best community on TikTok up in here.
Hell yeah, we do. Nick's really trying to debate. He's trying the condescension route. My son. I'm pretty sure he's like nearly a decade younger than me. And whenever it's translated as death, yeah, he's trying the debate tactic, saying it was a straw man. It was not a straw man. That was how you presented. God said death in Genesis. Somebody else said death in Hosea. It was an idiom in Hosea, therefore it was an idiom in Genesis. That doesn't seem to follow. I wanted to ask you questions about it, but you didn't seem to want to let questions be asked. You wanted to argue. And I'm not interested in the argument. I'm interested in asking questions. I wasn't even really interested in this whole death idiom thing, but it's where you wanted to go. Seemed to be the sermon you brought.
He just wanted to argue with evolutionaries.
It really is what he wanted. That's what he said when he came up.
Good, I wasn't up then.
Yeah, it's literally how he introduced himself the first time. He just wanted to ask questions about those evolutionaries.
Just, I don't know, open a science book. Work it out.
That's right, I asked if Genesis creation was literal. I didn't ask you about the death in Genesis or what God said until you brought it up, Nick. But you have fun rewriting history. I'm interested in seeing if you can question your beliefs. It doesn't seem you can, so I don't know why you're so eager to be on a panel dedicated to seeing if you can. I don't think anybody's gonna miss the condescending comments.
No.
So we were just the guinea pigs for his new evolutionary debate. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, he's definitely interested in debate and not questioning his beliefs. If he was, he would have actually been open to hearing the questions out instead of pulling out his next debate point.
Lady Huggies by Nick got me. That made me chuckle. I liked it.
Don't let the good Lord hit you, or the good Lord split you. Bye.
Is the good Lord giving out spankings now? Is that what you just said?
No, it's just a little warning before the door smacks in his ass. Like, if you're not willing to question your beliefs and you only want to debate them, why are you up here? Just question your beliefs and see where it goes. There's no harm to it. Always there.
Go find a debate live. There's loads of them there.
Oh, but they can't win in debate lives. They feel like they can win when they argue with questions. Just muted, Chuck. You could try again another time.
Yeah, maybe another time he'll be more willing to follow the process.
But I am going to clear the queue for now. If anybody does actually have a belief in a god or god's higher power or something like that, and the ability to question that belief, that'd be wonderful if you'd go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate. We're not here to argue or try to prove you wrong. I'm not trying to burgle your god or make you look like a fool. I really just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, then what is it that you believe? And why do you believe it? Chuck says that's his brother, but he definitely needs a break. That's hilarious.
I get it. I get it. Sometimes it does them better to, be forcefully muted for a moment. Just calm down, have a cuppa, take a break, come back.
That's right. You can't turn down when a British woman offers you a cuppa. You've gotta,
Oh, that's so
you gotta
true.
take a moment.
Beware. Beware. When you get the cuppa, we want your life stories, and we will get everything. In the most disharming way, right? We'll tell you a bit of ours, and we'll get some of yours in return.
I don't have any hot coffee, but I have cocoa. I think I might make cocoa while we talk.
Oh, do it.
My coffee's cold. I like it that way.
What is wrong with you?
If you get a candle warmer coaster, Thrayle, it'll keep your coffee warm all night.
Yeah, but
Need to be on the TikTok shop too.
yeah, but I like iced coffee. I mean, eventually, coffee chills to room temperature at least, so you might as well get it started below that.
Oh my god, I think this is the first time I've seen all the background pictures in the What Is Wrong With You. Unicorn baby is a lot. That's a lot. This is not okay.
It's even better. The full-sized image. The unicorn baby's holding up a neon sign that says free Wi-Fi.
I don't like it. Look at it. Hi, Sea Witch. Greetings, my lord. I love Sea Witch. He's got a crazy little hypnosis lolly as well. What's wrong with you, Thrayle? Why is that in there? Is now all I'm staring at. I can't look away.
When I first saw the image and I saw the fish man in a tank with human legs, I thought it had replaced the mermaid with, like an opposite mermaid. And then I looked closer and realized that she's hiding behind it.
Is it a man or is it ill-equipped?
Oh, I didn't look.
For my Dogma fans, that was... Mwah.
I'm hoping that it's ill-equipped.
Eh.
I don't think it has a Speedo. It looks like it's wearing, like, short shorts, like postal worker shorts and, Chucks.
I don't like how close my face is getting to this image to see those shorts. I think you're right, though. I see the outline.
Those are like some Tomb Raider shorts, some Lara Croft shorts. And it looks like red Chuck Taylors. It's hard to tell, though.
Why does the unicorn baby have a crack on its belly? Like, what is this thing, Thrayle? being from another dimension? Like, what is it?
It's got like a Humpty Dumpty belly on its back.
Teletubbies. See which set of Teletubbies are messed up Teletubby.
I mean, it's supposed to be fuzzy and fleshy looking, but it's cracked. That is kind of disturbing.
I hate it. I don't like it. And the boo-boo.
It's the replacement for. It's the replacement for Satan. So I mean, that's what's wrong with it.
No, give me Satan any day. Like, for real. Believe in a unicorn baby or any Satan or God, we'd love to hear, and you should come on up.
No requests at the moment, Mateo, but the queue is open if anybody does have a belief. If we don't get a request soon, I may have to play one of Michael V's songs.
Say that like it's a bad thing. I look forward to them.
I do too.
I like them a lot. They're very, very. Some of them are very thought provoking. Because your questions.
Ah, there's the friendly Satan.
The Satan is less distressing to look at.
That baby's gonna haunt my dreams. And I'm ill, so it's a very high possibility.
I've got to remember when to do it. I've got to remember at some point to post some of the full-size images so you guys can see like all the crap going on in the background, because the edges are cut off. You know, these are square images, so there's a lot more going on, and the what the fuck is wrong with you is a really, that was a really busy picture.
Yeah, I like it. Is it the first time used against yourself?
It was. That was the first time I used it on myself. We have Alex joining us. Alex, can I get your age to talk to you?
Hi guys, how are you? From Syria, I need help for.
Okay, that's not gonna work out.
Yeah, sorry, I'm muted. That was a lot. My ears hurt.
Yep, too much. Best of luck to you, Alex. But yep, that's not gonna work out. That was about to be epic. No, I don't think so, Valen. Rachel. Just got jump scared.
Sometimes in those situations, all you can do is wish somebody well and move on.
Mm-hmm. That is true. that was adorable.
The cutest star. Does that mean we get to make a wish, actually?
I guess so.
Wow, that is pretty.
Martha says you do get to make a wish. I think Bats gets to make the wish.
Ooh, I'm gonna wish for more believers then. Oh, wait a minute. If I say it doesn't not come true, do I have to make another wish?
When you wish upon a digital token, I think the rules are whatever you say they are. Logically.
I
Can you question your belief? The question of belief is to knock on the door of the house you built in your sleep. Some walls are made of inheritance, some of fear dressed as certainty, some of stories repeated until they forgot they were stories. But curiosity is a quiet crowbar. It does not destroy the house, it opens a window. And suddenly, fresh weather enters the mind. Dust dances in golden light, and you remember. You are the sky. It was built beneath.
A belief question does not mean a belief betrayed. Only that your spirit has chosen growth over furniture. Ask gently, wonder wildly. Let mystery keep a chair at the table. For the bravest souls are not those who cling to answers, but those willing to fall in love with better questions.
I do love that song. Thank you,
I
Michael
got
B.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. I got up and had a little bit of a dance whilst I made my coffee.
I stirred my hot cocoa to it, so it was delightful.
Hell yeah. Or maybe somebody out there was inspired to question their beliefs to it. And if that's you, if you happen to have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, then go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not here to tear down your house. Just to see if you can even inspect that house. Can you even examine?
Just like the song said, it's not closing a door or tearing the house down. It's opening a window.
I love the part where you are not the house, you are the sky. It was built beneath. I like it.
Aw, that's cute and warm. It gives me fuzzy feelings.
we all wondering wildly?
Oh, I wonder calmly. Thought you'd appreciate that. Or lazily, you know? Just a scroll.
I have
Get there when I
definitely
get there.
wondered. I definitely wondered lazily. I've done that before. I think as long as you're wondering, and pace is whatever you want it to be. Z is wondering whimsically.
I like that. That suits Z.
Well, the hot cocoa's delicious. I just didn't have any marshmallows for it. Suppose I can question that when I go to the store later.
Hello, people.
Hello, Sean. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 52.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do not. I am an atheist.
And why don't you believe?
Because I haven't seen sufficient evidence to believe any of the proposed gods exist, or any god for that matter.
What do you think might be sufficient evidence for you?
You know, that's an interesting. I've thought about that, and I don't know. Like, for example, we've had this discussion before, but I don't remember what we talked about. Let's just say, like, the clouds just said there is a God in the sky, spelled it out. I don't know what my reaction to that would be. That might convince me, or I might think I'm going crazy and go run to, get medical help and see what's going on with me. But if there's an all-power God, he would know how to convince me.
Oh, actually, I like that. Like, if there is one, then he would know how. But
Yeah.
say the clouds were there, would you not just ask random people around you if they see it too?
No, that's a good point too. And if I just can't say because I would have to be in that situation. Yeah, it's something like that might convince me. But yeah, I've thought about that. Like, what would evidence for God look like? Because one thing to consider is how do you tell the difference between something that's supernatural and something that has an unknown natural explanation? I don't know if that made sense to you.
It does. I wonder if time will tell.
Well, if a God does exist and there's an afterlife and you meet God, then time will tell. And if there isn't one, then time won't. It's kind of, that's the crutch of it. That's the whole Pascal's wager thing. But
I just
also,
meant more
go
of
ahead.
a. Sorry, I meant more of a like scientifically, right? We did once
Oh,
believe in, and then more and more knowledge came, and eventually we found otherwise.
so like God being scientifically proven would be interesting. That would be an interesting occurrence. It would mean that he's supernatural, but somehow detectable in the natural world. But here's a interesting. It's kind of a hot take, but it's kind of obvious when you think about it. Belief isn't a choice. You're either convinced of a thing or you're not.
Why do you believe that belief isn't a choice?
Because belief is something that happens to us. So, for example, if I see a spider walking up the wall, my brain automatically interprets the sensory input and convinces me that there's a spider walking up the wall. And I think all beliefs work that way. You just are convinced of a thing or you're not.
Do you think you can choose to accept something that you see as evidence or not?
I think your brain just kind of processes it, like if you see two vases in front of you, the one on the left is bigger than the one on the right. You can't choose to believe the one on the right's bigger now that you're looking at them and you've seen them already. Likewise, you can't choose to believe leprechauns exist or that cars do not exist.
Sean, as interesting as it is, I am looking for believers with beliefs and gods to question, so I think I'm ready to move on.
All right, no
I
problem.
appreciate you stopping by.
Of course.
I wonder if you can question your lack of belief, but it would probably take you letting people finish their questions before we could get there. I felt like I was being rushed. I didn't like it.
Just take a breather, sip some hot cocoa while someone asks you a question, and think about the question for a second. It's not that hard.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Sean. I hope you do. I hope you do keep asking questions. Hello, DC1. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hey, I'm 25.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, so I'm agnostic, simply meaning with 100% truth I don't know, but my belief would be that there is something, so a deist belief.
Sorry, so you said you're agnostic, but also deist?
I mean, if I'm going to speak 100% truth, I don't know, meaning agnostic, but if I had a belief, if I was willing to bet on something, it would be that there is a higher power.
You're doing a whole lot of clicking on your phone right now. It's really hard to hear you.
I know you hear that.
So you're saying that you're agnostic, which means to you that you're not 100% sure.
Yeah.
But also that you do believe there's something. What is this something you believe is there?
I think it's something beyond human understanding. It is a conscious mind. I don't know how to explain it other than that. I don't subscribe to it being good or evil or even necessarily our creator. It's just something above human intelligence.
Right. What do you mean by conscious mind?
That it's aware and it can make decisions with free will.
Oh no, Thrayle. I think you have a low bar.
Did I? Oh no.
Oh, you're back. You're back. But I missed all of your question.
That's great. What does it mean that there is a conscious mind above humans? What does that mean?
Just something above our intelligence.
What indicates to you that there is something above our intelligence that is a conscious mind?
Yeah, so if we're just gonna go with like, how can I prove it? There's no way I can prove it, but when I look in the mirror, I refuse to accept that we're it. I believe there has to be something more. It's just a belief.
Yeah, I didn't ask for proof. I asked if there was any indication. So for you, it's not that there's any indication whatsoever, or that there's any reason, just that you refuse to believe that we're it. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
So incredulity is your reason to believe, because you can't believe the alternative.
I don't know what that word means, but yes.
You can't believe or choose not to. Incredulous.
Yeah.
So, is it a choice? Your refusal to believe that we are it?
Yeah, it's a choice, absolutely.
So you could choose to believe that we are it.
Yeah, if I wanted to.
Why? Why do you choose not to?
Yeah, because I guess when I think about humanity, I think about if we're here, maybe we have a purpose, and if we do have a purpose, there has to be something that made us to have a purpose, or maybe we have no purpose. I don't know.
So you assume there's a purpose.
Yes.
Why?
Simply because I guess when we make things, we don't make things that they're not going to be used for something, right? And if something made us, or if we were made in some way, that we have some type of purpose.
Doesn't that assume we were made or something made us with purpose, though?
I'm saying the indication that we exist indicates that we have a purpose. Just simply exist is what I'm saying.
How does our existence indicate we have a purpose?
Because if we were created, everything created has a purpose. Everything humans created.
How did you determine we were created? Where did that come from?
That I think that can come from our perception of time, of not existing then existing, can make me believe that.
When did we not exist?
Before I was born and I became conscious.
So because you didn't exist for a period of time, then therefore everything was created.
Yeah, that's where I think that beliefs come from, right?
Do you not see the large logical leap that you're making to assume that things are created?
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that.
Well, then, we were actually questioning a belief. Didn't sound like they were really capable of questioning it, but they were at least being honest with the answers. Of course, TikTok had to do that. Yeah, glitchy glitch. A smite attack. I don't know about that. The app crashed. And I tried really quickly to save it and wasn't able to give any warning. Yep. So much for that, though. It was the digital wishes. Yeah.
Where'd my wish go?
That's what it was. Was that what you wished for?
I wish for more believers, not for them to disappear. I need to provide extra details in my wish next time.
Yeah, because that wish just seemed to totally monkey paw on us. We had a believer so questionable his existence was questioned right off the panel.
I'm gonna find him somewhere later in a vat. Oh dear.
Oh, Cat's asleep. There's no way she had a chance to vat him already.
I know Cat's a very capable woman.
Polly says maybe it was the revolutionaries. I don't know. It was either them or the evolutionaries. Must have been all those damned evolutionaries.
I don't know if I like that phrase. I feel like it's a slur, Christian slur to evolutionaries. Like evolutionaries, anyone who doesn't believe creation, is that what it is now? We're defining people's beliefs by not believing in this Abrahamic God.
Well, clearly, you're the aberration if you don't.
Well, I don't define my entire existence by my belief of creation, so there's that.
Aaron, what you came back to was apparently a panel crash, because I tried. I tried to keep it together. We were questioning a belief even, and then the whole panel crashed.
Well, I guess I'll make some more hot cocoa and see if I can manifest some cocoa believers.
Some cocoa believers. I wonder.
Yeah, cocoa nut cuckoo. We don't need cuckoo nuts.
I think that's going to happen anyways. It usually does.
Well, when they come, we can just say bye-bye and let the good Lord hit them, with the good Lord split them. It's interesting, though, we had someone who didn't believe that beliefs were a choice. And then right after, we had someone who said that their beliefs were very much a choice.
I noticed that too. I wonder if the non-believer was still listening when that was suggested. I don't know if beliefs are a choice. I think it's a choice to declare beliefs. If choice exists. In the illusory way that it may or may not exist. I think it is a choice to profess your belief, to say this is what I believe. I don't know that that is always an honest choice.
I always struggled with the idea that belief was a choice, but if you think about it, some people willfully refuse to believe certain things.
Zwitch believes that choices are evident to his assumptions.
Is that verifiable evidence? I never thought of it as evidence. That's a good way to think about it, I guess. But if you do have the ability to question your belief, evidence of that would be to request on up on the panel. If you can question your beliefs and answer maybe is what you believe and why you believe. This isn't a debate. This is a method of questioning.
I sit where the night falls over thought, counting the cracks in the walls of belief. Every certainty feels like a brittle branch, every answer a shadow I can't quite reach. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. The moon laughs at all your neat categories. Darkness hums in the spaces between. I'm the echo of questions you forgot, the small thrill of things you've never seen. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. Nothing is final, nothing is true, just shadows and whispers. Me and you, we dance in the quiet under the stars. As the world sleeps, we heal our scars. Do you know the taste of doubt? Sweet as moth wings, bitter as absence. Step closer, leave your armor outside. Let's sip from the cup of maybe tonight. Maybe tonight. Oh, maybe tonight.
Let's sip some more from the cup of maybe tonight or this morning, whatever it is for you. Thank you, Unholy Republic. Appreciate you.
That was lovely.
It was lovely, wasn't it? Another banger from Michael V. Thank you, Michael V, for the music. wonder if there are any believers left, any that can question their beliefs. We've got time for at least one more. I could end the live this early. There's a poem ready, kind of, maybe. Haven't really proofread it. But why should I do that yet when there's still time for believers to come up and question their beliefs?
And a beautiful Noctis to join us in the questioning.
Hell yeah.
Hello.
Hi, Noctis.
After being fractured.
I know. That rapture was horribly timed. We were actually, well, I don't know that the guest was going to question themselves, but we were actually questioning the guest, so would have loved to see where it went.
Hopefully we can get another.
Well, on my end, it just passed 555, so I made a wish for more believers. We'll see if they come, I guess.
Okay.
Did you properly,
Worded this time? Yes, I properly worded it.
not just properly worded, did you actually use properly moonlit manifestation pickle?
No, I had to settle with hot cocoa. See, in witchcraft, you blow your wish over the cocoa and then you drink the cocoa.
Blow your wish over the cocoa.
Well, preferably tea, but I'm using cocoa, so.
Does the wish need to be a whisper? Is it a whisper wish, or is it like, do you shout the wish?
Well, if I shout the wish, I'm going to get cocoa everywhere, so I generally whisper it over my nice hot cocoa. Like a gentle blow. Like, all the wish, and then drink the cocoa.
Does it sound like parcel tongue when you do it?
I wish it did. That would be fun.
What does speaking or whispering the wish over the cocoa actually accomplish?
Nothing. It's a way of manifesting, bring something into this universe, I guess.
Does the cocoa have some kind of universe manifesting power? Like, does speaking into the cocoa transmit the wish?
Cocoa is probably the least powerful, or maybe the most, because it does help a lot of people. I don't know. I don't believe in any cocoa properties, but if it did have any properties, I think they'd be delicious. I'd probably gobble them right up.
Chrissy asks a very important question. Can you do it with coffee?
Oh yes, I'm doing it with cocoa. Witches do it with tea, and I don't see why atheists can't do it with coffee.
Can you do it with cold coffee?
I suppose if you're willing to put your coffee through that much torment. You have to question even your coffee, Thrayle.
I'm going to question my cold blueberry coffee. Does it have to be a hot drink, as Cat DeWitch is suggesting in the comments?
Well, considering that I'm not following any rules or any acts of, I think you can do whatever the hell you want. You could do it over Jell-O if you wanted to.
Are you saying that magic is whatever you want it to be?
That's my opinion, but I think magic can be whatever you want it to be. I think at the end of the day, if If you want your pudding to be magical or your ice cream or whatever, your soup, like, go for it. It doesn't hurt anybody to have a few wishes here and there.
That raises a very important question. I do need to make sure that I ask you. Um, it's probably a very profound and deep question, but I need to ask it. What the fuck is soup?
Of course, it's sandwich.
And what the fuck is sandwich?
Soup.
Oh my.
I spin my bullshit clockwise.
I think you just broke the background. Tootski's like rage.
Is the sandwich and the sandwich is the soup, and I believe I am not willing to question.
Oh my goodness, it's dogmatic now.
Well, you started it, Thrayle.
What makes a soup a sandwich?
The layers.
Mm-hmm. I concur. What makes a sandwich a soup?
The layers.
Are you saying a soup is defined by its layers?
Yeah, because if you just had water, it'd be water. If you had water and bones, it'd be broth. But if it's a soup, there has to be layers to it. You don't just pour bottled water into a pot and call it soup.
Are you sure that wouldn't be a hydrogen soup? Or an oxygen soup?
It'd be water and steam.
Water soup.
It'd be
Water
the
and steam is a layer, right? So if it's liquid and gas, that would be layered.
I love all races, but that's the widest thing to do, to pour water into a pot and call it soup. Not even some slap your mama seasoning.
I'm just angry that you've ignored the other solid. But, like, I can't. That was great, Bats.
Like, come on, people. Salt, pepper, put some potatoes, onions, put some something in your soups.
But isn't it still a sandwich by any other name if it is layered? And steam and liquid water would constitute multiple layers, right?
Aaron said, isn't that raw soup?
Is water raw soup?
I'm gonna hide my seasonings now.
Tootski's having an emotional reaction, crashing out in the comments, I see.
I know. I want him to come up so bad.
He'll just crash out on the panel. He's stuck in his presuppositionalism. This is what they do, folks.
Yeah, you leave them alone for 2 seconds and they're making soup water.
At least it keeps you hydrated.
Soto is anything that can be contained. I'm not sure what. I might have mispronounced part of that.
Can you do it again?
I don't know if I can.
It sounds like a Russian dialect.
Well, there's just too few vowels.
Do you think the end is b-f-b? It's le b-f-b.
Yeah, it's a little bit. I think the second B might be silent.
I adore you, Tootski.
You think the second bee is silent?
I think Chusky's throwing curses and sigils at us. Curses on our dogs, donkeys, and ostriches.
Yeah. Snefkin is asking if coffee is bean, well, if it is soup, and I'm fairly certain it would constitute a soup, although more technically it's a bean broth, but either way, it's a sandwich.
How many layers does something have to be a sandwich?
Well, since the definition of a sandwich is anything that is layered or can be described as layered, then even one layer would do the trick.
So my mayonnaise sandwich counts. It's the one white thing I have in my life is my mayonnaise sandwich, and I want to keep it.
It's still very much a sandwich.
Okay. I know I said everything about this soup, but okay. I was raised by a white woman. I have some faults.
Jim is getting angry now too. We're emotionally triggering the entire audience with this.
I refuse to get dragged into the anger.
Well, if
I'm ascribing anger where there probably isn't any.
Well, if you have a
One
belief,
layer does not a sandwich make.
one layer does not a sandwich.
Anything that is layered or can be described as layered is a sandwich. I can't see why a single layer isn't describable as layered.
Is that single layer really only a single layer?
Well, that's just it. Even a single layer of anything would itself have a layered quality to it, which would then make it a sandwich.
Would a chocolate-covered pickle be a sandwich?
Mm-hmm. Cheesecake.
Cheesecake is flipping all the tables. Of course, a chocolate-covered pickle would be a sandwich, and that's as obvious a layered item as I can think of.
I really want a crisp sandwich right now. I don't know if this is just British, but I want one. It's definitely just British, I bet.
So you make a sandwich. I assume you add like meat and cheese, and then also add crisps. Is that what you mean?
No, literally just 2 slices of bread, some butter, and crisps. Oh, num. Is Irish not British? Well, it's Welsh too. What do you want from me?
I think I've known Americans that have done it.
Well, fresh bread straight out the oven is really nice with some butter.
Mm-hmm. But would you put like potato chips or tortilla chips on that fresh bread with butter and eat that sandwich?
Ah, yes, I would.
Well, I know you would. That's
No, I don't think I would, but that's just me.
Do it. It's the soft with the crunch. Yes, ZWH gets it. The crunch factor.
Why not just toast your bread?
I get the crunch factor, but one thing that I would do is not miss the opportunity to have a good sandwich. So I would put a lot of protein on that, like meat and cheese.
Well, Brits have beans on toast, so.
Yeah, you're probably talking to the only Brit that doesn't, because I don't like beans.
Yeah, definitely would.
There's a few of us, but I do not.
I would definitely do the meat and cheese option and then add the chips. That'd be pretty good. Rachel, I heard you out, and
We always seem to manage to get back on food, no matter what we're talking about. It could be omnitheist beliefs or whatever, but whatever we talk about, we always get back to food.
it's the nature of sandwich. Everything is a sandwich, so of course we would eventually end up back at the sandwich. It's just further evidence that everything is a sandwich.
I don't see how singular items can be sandwiches, though. Like a pickle by itself. Is that a sandwich?
Yes.
Rachel,
Yeah,
I said what I said.
I know. I saw like a minute too late after, and it did make me cackle.
I guess it might depend on what kind of jelly, but still, a PB and J with salt and vinegar chips. That I don't know.
You've got a fight on your hand. So, Thrayle, just to really give this an extra layer, is a cell a sandwich?
Oh, well, I mean, absolutely, a cell would be a sandwich.
So then, pickles are sandwiches.
Pickles are absolutely sandwiches.
Then I guess I'm a sandwich lover.
Me too. Me too.
Quickly, I don't know what's wrong. You earned it. You earned it. Rachel thought she had something that was like weird. Hear me out, but quickly, I think.
Oh no! Damn baby unicorn again!
I think this is all just a plot to give Noctis nightmares.
That's what it is.
It's fine. My nightmares involve me fighting the things. It's cool. I will destroy it.
What is wrong with the Yeti's face? And what is growing?
I haven't even gotten back there yet.
Forehead?
And the purple. Oh, is that your purple coffee?
Yeah,
The blueberry coffee.
For some reason, the blueberry coffee has just become a blueberry sludge, and
I think it fits.
and then the Yeti or Sasquatch has apparently lost its face, just shaved it, and there's a rubber ducky floating in the air next to its head for some reason I don't understand. But I'm really wondering, like, what is coming out of the alien's forehead? Is it like a...
Why does Jesus look like Scarface in the end scene?
I think Angela is on a journey of her own right now. But I'm slightly annoyed that there's a dancing jar on an alien. I think, at least that's what I can picture.
A dancing jar, maybe, yeah. See, I had thought that it was like the rear view mirror from a fancy car with like a scarf wrapped around it, but I don't know. A dancing jar makes more sense somehow. Rachel can't hear anything over the intense anger of her sandwich. I was trying to help you hear something else. the music didn't want to be present.
But if you, in this mess of mayhem and chaos, can find the time to question your beliefs, throws at your stomach.
That was my stomach. It was very loud.
Maybe you should eat something. You have a smoothie or something?
I'll go get a crisp sandwich for you.
That's what I need.
Noctis, how do you feel about people who put their crisps on their sandwiches? Like, that they put their crisps on top of their burger and then, like, eat that.
I have no feelings. I'm gonna watch the chaos and the mess and just silently wonder how much they're gonna have to clean up.
Nice crunch.
Hello, Angela. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
38.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Mine's a little controversial. I do believe in a higher power, but I experienced dark before I ever saw the light. So I believe in a lot of things, but I know God's real at the end of the day. But I believe in the other stuff too.
When you say you believe God's real, what God are you talking about?
God is an energy to me, and not a person. It's a...
What is energy?
Well, that's quantum physics. But it's...
Is it?
Hey, how do you explain that? Energy is in everything. It's in every living plant thing. If nothing is matter, everything is vibrational. Everything has a vibration. That means that everything can be manipulated and shifted through time. I believe that this God is like a particle. It's a form of energy that is in everything. And that energy can't be destroyed. It can be transmuted from one form to another. So therefore you can...
Slow down. Slow down. The question was, what is energy?
I don't know if I have a proper definition for that, because to me it's everything.
So you're saying it is everything?
Yes.
What do you mean that energy is everything? What does that mean?
Sorry, my family were a part of the Stargate project, so I'm trying to figure out how to put it in simple terms. I have the documents, I just don't know how to do it verbatim.
What?
Here's my grandma's name. You can look her up on cagency.gov.
I don't see how your grandmother's name is going to help me understand what you mean when you say energy.
I'm trying to put it to words properly, but I'm going to struggle. In my opinion, I believe that everything, the trees, the birds, people, places, locations, is all energy. It's all vibration.
What is energy?
I don't have a proper definition for that.
So it is a thing you can't define, but it's
Correct.
everything.
In my opinion,
And
yes.
in what way is everything energy?
Never mind. This is going to cause a trigger, and that's not worth it. I was trying to bring awareness, but it's okay. You're good.
Okay, well, yeah, we're not here
Sorry
for you to
for-
just bring awareness. We're here to see if you can question your beliefs. Since you're not able to, I'll go ahead and let you go.
That was a fascinating name she dropped, though. Something about psychic abilities that she used, her grandmother used for the CIA. I'm just gonna look out of curiosity. I'm not gonna ignore that, but I don't see how that relates to her own personal experiences.
I don't see how, saying my family is involved, saying a name and claiming it's your relative, none of that's actually helping to explain what the belief is, how you believe it to work, what you actually are trying to say. It simply is.
Well, she just...
dropping in a weird way.
Yeah. She did say herself that she was here to provide awareness, and that's not the same as questioning your beliefs.
Yeah, sorry, love. We question here. No debating, no right or wrong. Just question. Unless you say something outlandish, at which point I may correct.
The others won't, though. They're much nicer than I am.
And just because our government may pursue a particular method doesn't always mean that it's reliable, because we all know we can reliably trust our government, right?
Oh, for real?
Yeah, whoever's government. I'm not picking on any government, but like, if a government does something, it's still worth questioning.
Well,
they agree you should question everything, and then they agree to disagree that you shouldn't question your stargates. You shouldn't question your remote viewing experiments that supposedly your grandmother was involved in. You shouldn't question whether or not those things are evidenced. Should you not question your belief that there is some grand conspiracy?
Well, saying I believe something's real because I have documents, to me, just sounds like when Christians say, I believe God is real because I have the Bible or religious scripture.
Can you question those documents? What the meaning actually is? You can question anything, Grace. That's what we do.
And if you look at something and you say, "Oh, I know it. I don't believe it. I know it. I can't question it." Then I would ask, why not? Is something like that so, like, is it standing on a Jenga blocks and you remove one block, the whole thing will fall over? Or is it strong enough to withstand the questioning as you remove each Jenga block?
I'm curious, right? If someone is so inherently evil, why share their name?
What's
Why give them
inherently
any time of day?
What's inherently evil?
That's a good question. I don't think anything is. Not inherently. But I'll reword. If someone to you is incredibly evil and did horrific things, Why would you spread that name?
The only thing I could think of is awareness, but this isn't the space for that. It's we more or less look at the process of becoming aware, not like I don't think we go around spreading, oh, this person's bad, we're gonna tell everybody he's bad. No, we question what bad is.
Yeah, I'd just rather not, you know? Sometimes it's good to have it historically to learn from it. I'd agree with that. But sometimes these names don't, don't do anything but cause more harm. Keep them in a book where people can find and they can read and learn. That's cool, but don't go spreading. It's like saying about someone pew-pewing and unaliving people. Don't give them fame. They don't need that.
Making someone notorious doesn't help discredit them.
Yeah, it's a little weird. I wonder if there's, anybody else or something like that who's capable of questioning their belief. Because clearly that guest either doesn't or can't.
Do you think knowledge is power? What is that power?
It depends on the knowledge, doesn't it?
I like to say that knowledge is possibility or potential, because not everybody really takes advantage of the knowledge that they have, so it's not powerful unless you utilize it.
Well, there's a name I haven't seen in my queue for a while. Good morning,
Hi,
G.
Lord.
Hi Thrayle, hi Noctis, hi Bats.
Hi Z, how you doing?
I'm good. I miss you guys. I just wanted to come up and say hi. Now that I have a second to come up and say hi.
I adore you and miss you too.
It's been an interesting night. We've had a number of believers who came up to question, though many of them from previous nights, re-questioning. But yeah, it's been an interesting night. I'm not quite sure it's ready to wrap up yet, Sebastian. I'm still eager to see if any believers can question their beliefs. I would have liked to question the previous guest about a belief there, but I didn't hear one.
I was curious too, to be honest. I had a lot of questions.
Thank you, Grace.
I love the cat paw. It's one of my favorites.
I like the cat paws. I do like those. I still think the night stars are my favorites. But until they come out with a bat gift again.
I like the cat scratching one.
Why don't they have one? I just realized they don't. Huh.
They
I
used to
have one.
Yeah, they used to have a bad gift that for 1 coin, or was it 1 or 10? I think it was one. During during the Halloween season, and then it was short lived. I wish it made it last longer.
Every day is Halloween.
They keep weird gifts like an October one, but they won't keep a few Halloween gifts. It makes no sense. The goth baddies up here must be furious.
Yeah, it was a very short-lived bat. I did use it every day it was there.
I wonder if we can write someone to bring it back.
I have a question about this panel and the experience. It wouldn't take up too much time, if that's okay.
I will honor the question.
Just one
and
question.
Not even, if it lets me. There we go.
Okay, thank you. Have you was in deconstruction, and they came and talked, and then maybe some time passed, and then they returned to come chat, but they went back to either like the same belief or found a different one, and they kind of like decided, well, this is where I am, and they just kind of stopped. I was curious if you have. I've never asked you that before, so was that kind of surprising?
I don't know if it's... So the one time I'm thinking of right now, the person had medical and familial reasons that compelled them to maintain their belief. And so, while they questioned and are still capable of questioning the veracity of the claims their belief makes, they will still claim the belief as a means of comfort and connection.
Understood.
So they believe it in a different way than before.
So they broke it down, but came back to it with more of a, this is for my ease and comfort, like you said. Okay, that makes sense. But do they, I don't know. I guess maybe you might not know. I wonder if they have like a chip on their shoulder about it though in some way, you know? Or they regret that they couldn't fully deconstruct what they were trying to deconstruct.
I don't know if they were trying to deconstruct.
True.
I think that might be part of the reason why they maintained.
I suppose I never experienced that myself, so I thought I would ask, because I'm curious. I'm always curious. We know this, but I suppose it's like, interesting.
I think sometimes people request up here not knowing what to expect, and by the time they realize what the conversation is, the questions have already been asked. The foundation's already been rattled. And so sometimes, rarely I think, but sometimes people don't mean to question their beliefs. And
If
just
somebody
need to go back.
if somebody has questionable beliefs and they question them, but still maintain their questioned beliefs, is that still a successful encounter?
If they are able to articulate like what they're doing and why. They're critically thinking about it in a new way. they're just maintaining some kind of cognitive dissonance, but recognizing it and being able to state, this is why I'm doing this. I think if they're introspecting that much, then I would consider it a successful encounter. Yeah.
Sorry, Bats, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. You go ahead. It's your questions.
I thought it wasn't a question. When Noctis mentioned is knowledge power, I think in this situation of deconstruction and even regression in a way, you're gaining knowledge because you're getting cognitive like agency. Where how did it form? How did I get here? And where did it come from before me even? And that to me is a sign of like power, because you're understanding the self and being able to make steps forward. Or it's the power of removing mystique, mystery, knowing a man wrote something and that's all it was. Or does that make sense? I just kind of hit me up. I was like, yeah, it could be power in the way that like you apply it to your life and it affects change, or doesn't. You know, momentum, I suppose.
Are you saying that momentum is the power?
I think so. I think it's because then I feel like I'm saying energy, but like it's the authority of knowing what you're either aligning with or not. I guess that's a better way to word it, if that makes sense. I don't want to misuse words. So
I will say, Grace Moore is the reason I asked, because she said knowledge is power. And I just thought, is it? Take, for example, a doctor, right? A very knowledgeable person. And I remember stumbling upon a video where he specifically said he hated having that much knowledge. And to a degree, I agree. Like, I genuinely agree. Sometimes I think it is nice to live in ignorance.
actually, Thrayle, I remember, I think it was myself and you and Kat and two other people. One of the questions that popped up was, if you could know everything, would you want to? And I think we all agreed, no, sort of, because it does kind of take away that human experience. It's the curiosity. It's part of our nature, I think. I mean, I don't know for sure, but it just seems to be. That's why so many of us do different things all throughout the planet, I suppose. I don't know. I like that this made me think a lot. Thanks, Noctis. And Grace.
Do you think curiosity is a human quality? See?
Well, it's a cognitive trait to me. Yeah. So it's about. Can you hear me? Sorry. Yes. It's part of our cognition. So we're like if we're talking about deconstruction, belief formation, deconstruction. Yeah, it's a part of the learning. It could be our survival. It could be for social reasons. So yeah, it's a human thing. But animals do it too. They just go about it in a different way. They're exploratory with it. Whereas our exploration is sometimes creative or, yeah. Does that make sense? I don't want to keep talking like a psychologist or something.
No, that makes sense. I just always fascinated with the fact that we are just animals, and
yes,
yeah,
we are.
We do have a curiosity beyond which most animals have, though. I do agree with that.
Yeah, I love curiosity. It's been a thing for me my whole life. But then, like, okay, what makes it, sorry, I have to say it, with humans, what makes it different with curiosity? Like, think about it, Bats. When you mentioned visualizing something. You're standing on a stack of Legos, I think you said. That's an abstract thought, right? Or like a metaphor or similarity. Humans have curiosity when it's abstract, or we're existential, or we're so meta about things. And that's what can also make it so unique to us. But we're still animals. You're right. That was my last point.
Thank you, Z. You always do have interesting perspective. I appreciate your perspective all the time.
I don't know anything.
Well, people who say I don't know anything usually know more than most people.
Well, they at least know they don't know anything.
That's nice.
Really quickly, I'm gonna thank Chi-Town, also Donna B. Yellow, Z Witch, Polly, Rachel, Cat DeWitch, and Hannah for helping with the previous goal. Thank you guys so much. I wonder, nope, I stopped wondering. I wonder if there's a belief, or I wonder if there's somebody whose belief I've questioned that might have a question for me. If you have been questioned, and you've been waiting your turn to turn the tables, this is that chance. I thought that might get him up here. I didn't.
Questions. Here we go. Hi, God provides
So,
best.
hello, how are you all doing?
We're doing all right. How are you?
Excellent. I'm doing great. So my question for you, Thrayle, is what do you enjoy the most from these lives?
Hearing the wheels turn, the gears turn, hearing the moment someone who's quick to answer and excited to inform stops and thinks and says, I haven't thought of it that way, or I've never thought of that question, or I don't know. Those moments of genuine critical thinking.
So you enjoy when they are caused to process, when they're a moment of processing.
When it's real, when it's reflective and considered, yeah.
You said that you prefer new guests over returning guests because you want to give the returning guests time to process new things?
Well, I do like when people come back, but yes, I like, especially day after day, I like to give space for guests to think about what they've been questioned on.
What do you think is the ideal amount of time?
I don't know.
Some guests tend to come back and they're like, I really thought about it. And then they'll ask something else or state something else to be questioned. Those ones are fun. I like them.
So you're saying it's dependent on how quickly certain people process things.
That and the depth of the previous conversations. So for in your case, we've gone through vast amounts of what you believe and questioned much of it. I don't know how many of those questions still ring or get considered by you, or how many you think you have firm answers to that you didn't before.
I see. So you're saying I should process, and if I return to come up as a guest, I should inform what the recent processes have been and what has changed.
Well, not necessarily that you have to do that, but yeah, we will want to know what has changed, if anything. That might be a question. But we might also just ask some of the same questions. It may seem like the same exploration, but the change would be evident.
Yes, I would imagine that also depends on who is on the panel that is questioning.
And that can also make a difference on how soon I bring you back up. Because if I've questioned you to a point of sort of exhausting the questions, but Noctis hasn't, then maybe there might be questions I haven't considered.
What haven't I? I zoned.
No, don't worry about it.
Thrayle said, I agree.
You were just an example of being a wonderful questioner, Noctis.
Yes.
Oh. Thank you. I think you give me too much credit. Sometimes I sit, and sometimes I wonder. If you're saying how I haven't questioned God yet, that's fair. I don't think I have.
Mm-hmm. Don't ask him the shape of the earth.
Uh-oh. Oh, God.
Obviously, it's shaped like the donuts that everybody gives.
Are we on the back of a turtle?
That's top of a donut, the icing side, as the image illustrates clearly.
Look, if we're gonna say things that are like that, I'm going for Terry Pratchett. Okay, all the way.
Can I ask you something God provides best?
If Thrayle is okay with that, sure.
Yeah.
What are you looking for when you keep coming back and sitting in the comments or coming up on panel? What are you looking for?
That's an excellent question. So, I do like to question myself. However, there are questions that perhaps I've never asked myself, so it's like the song that Thrayle played yesterday on the live, where it talked about, like, if truth is the real thing, then it can undergo every kind of process and still make it out okay. So I'm willing for whatever I have to be tested if it is the truth or not, or what it's made out of.
Why are crow's nests at the top of the tallest mast on old sailing ships?
Are you asking me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know that they are incredibly intelligent.
Nest is on a
Oh,
sailing ship.
Oh, that one. I thought you were talking about crows setting up nests. Oh, yes, the crow's nest on top of a ship. It's for a better perspective, right?
Why would that be a better perspective?
Because you can see farther?
Why would you be able to see farther?
Because nothing is blocking you, and I imagine they had their periscope thing, whatever their scope is called. Use it to, it's like a vantage point, right?
A vantage point. What is it you'd be needing to see over?
The boat and the waves and everything?
The boat and the waves.
Mm-hmm.
Why would that need to be all the way at the top of the tallest mast?
Because I think the higher you are, the better your perspective is.
Why?
Physics?
What about physics? What about physics makes a higher perspective better?
I think it allows you to see further.
Why would being higher up allow you to see further?
Because of the angle?
What angle?
It creates more of like a triangle, doesn't it?
Does it?
I think so.
So it creates a triangle by being higher. How does it do that?
Well, it's like you have a regular triangle when you have your own vantage point, but if you go higher, you're increasing how big the triangle is. Like your sight is one of the lengths of the triangle.
You're increasing, so you're saying by going higher, you're increasing the length of your sight?
Yes.
Why would that be?
Well, I know because if you go on top of a mountain, you can see all the land around you for a really long time.
Then, on the top of the mountain, do you not also lose oxygen?
That is true. You'd have to practice breathing correctly, but you'd also be limited on your sight as well. So you'd want to increase your sight so you could see everything available.
So would you be able to see everything is my point.
In my human body, I would be currently limited, especially if I didn't have my glasses with me.
So the higher you are doesn't necessarily mean the more you'll see.
You have more opportunity to see, though.
I see.
When you look around a corner, when you say you're at a corner, you can't see what's around it because you're at the corner. But if you step back from the corner, it provides perspective so you can see around it. What are we looking around when we go up?
What are we looking around when we go up?
Yeah, what are we trying to look over or around?
We're getting a better view of our surroundings.
Yes, but if it was just that, we don't have to go up as tall as a tree to see past the trees. But seemingly, we have, when like my friend, he's a photographer. He uses drones for his photography. He waits 30 minutes after the sun sets, then sends his drone up to get pictures of the sunset. How can he see the sunset 30 minutes later when we can't, if just the trees were in the way?
Well, like you said, it's because the trees are in the way, isn't it?
No, he goes way far beyond the trees. He goes up into the sky. It's not just the trees that are in the way. He's looking beyond something than just the trees.
So you're saying even with the higher perspective, he sees it later than we do?
He goes up about 4,000 feet in the sky and sees the sunset clear as day, which you would only have to go up only like maybe 100 feet if you were just seeing past the trees.
So he has to go up thousands of feet so that he can see the sunset.
Yeah, I needed that cleared for me. Thank you. Thank you, Matt.
Question.
Mm-hmm. Go for it, Z.
God Provider. Have you ever watched, since we're talking about the ocean and ships, have you ever watched a ship maybe disappear in the horizon? Like sail, like go away from you?
View of the person, yes.
Okay. What have you noticed about it? Like, does it disappear hull first over the horizon? Like, what do you think that might suggest?
Notice usually if it's in the view of a person, if a person gets a telescope, they'll be able to see the boat.
For how long? If it keeps sailing away?
I don't know. I don't know how the power of the telescope. I imagine if the telescope is really powerful.
Mm-hmm. But also to go back to the question, it disappears over the horizon. You've seen one just go over the horizon, correct? Like towards the sunset, maybe on water.
I've never been fortunate enough to experience that or notice it.
Maybe a truck going up a freeway and at a distance goes down a hill, maybe. I don't know. It's just kind of similar, but the ocean's like I highly suggest it. It might give some clarity.
Although I know somebody took a picture of across Lake Michigan. They saw the buildings, and they said that they shouldn't be able to photograph that due to the curvature, but they did. But they, yeah.
But then, have you seen a video of a ship disappearing over the horizon? If you can find the pictures of these, can you not find the evidence of the other?
The ship?
So it sounds like you're finding evidence to support the theory that you have, right? So
what theory?
Find the theory that the Earth isn't as round as you think it is. So why haven't you found the evidence to suggest it is as round as people say it is?
So actually, now that lasers are getting more powerful, they will be able to conduct a test. Because if a laser can travel far enough, it will prove that it will either prove the curvature or it won't. If the laser is unable to travel.
Speaking of lasers, are you aware of the experiments with well, I thought of two different things. Sorry, I stalled myself because there's two different things about lasers that pop into my head that verify the curvature of the Earth. One, of course, would be about the ability to bounce lasers off of the moon, right?
I have not heard of that experiment.
There are reflectors.
So they point a laser at the moon and the laser bounces off the moon?
Let me double check the facts behind that before I misinform.
I think you would need to have something that could reflect it, but realistically, light will not travel through an object. It will hit it.
So, several retroreflector mirrors were placed on the moon by the Apollo 11, 14, and 15 astronauts, and also Soviet rovers, to allow Earth-based lasers to measure the precise distance to the moon.
That makes sense.
How would the reflectors be placed on the moon that are used to measure the distance?
I'm not sure.
By going to the moon. Cheese, grommet.
Unless they
That was such
unless
a
we were not being told the
so sorry.
truth.
Why would there be such a large conspiracy as to hide the truth from so many people? Why wouldn't wouldn't everybody have to be in on it? That isn't like a hard secret to keep.
Yeah, I'm not sure the incentive or motive that they have for that. But it's just been based on my observations. I will have to look on if they have actual photographs, because they've admitted that a lot of their photographs are composites or CGI or whatever.
Wait, say that again. What do you mean by the CGI?
Okay, so lots of the pictures that we have, in fact, I don't even know if there's any actual pictures of when they take pictures of like Earth from space or whatever, NASA pictures. A lot of them are computer generated. And they say they have to do computer generating, but it's still a computer generated image then.
When you take a picture, what is that generated by?
I don't know. I would imagine a computer.
When was CGI first created?
Oh, it's a composite. I don't know, but I know they've been. The beautiful thing is we have an archive of pictures that NASA has told us what the Earth looks like, so you can compare all the pictures that NASA has given us and compare them. That's how you verify how honest they are, in my opinion.
Sorry, I thought I'd go that it's irrelevant, to be honest. There was a poor argument on my case.
I have one. I thought of this. It's currently winter for me here in California, United States. How is it summer at the same time in Australia?
Can you please ask your question again?
Yeah, it's currently winter here in the U.S. How is it also at the same time summer in Australia? It's very hot.
I do not understand the seasons and how it all works, but from what I understand, I believe that the sun moves.
Okay, so that's helpful for me. I'm curious how far apart does the sun need to be above the Earth shape that you ascribe to have those observed temperature differences from here to Australia? Does that make sense?
That does.
The sun is not just moving around over the ground, but it's bouncing like as it goes to different areas to simulate around Earth. Why would it do that? It seems like a lot of extra steps.
Well,
you have a bouncing, wobbling sun in the sky.
Or like the equator, because I've been to Ecuador. It's always muggy, hot, sticky there. It's tropical. But the poles, they're freezing cold. That's another example of how does that work in this theory of the shape of the earth?
So, in my understanding, there is a firmament, and the sun has.
Can I ask a clarifying question? What is it? What's the firmament?
That is a good point. It is a biblical concept where there is a barrier that in certain places of the Bible are described actually as solid. So I would say it is a solid barrier. Because the biblical description says that we are surrounded by water. So there's water underneath the earth, there's water that's over the earth, and the firmament is what is so it's like a terrarium that's surrounded by water, basically.
If it's where the end's at, like why can we get from West Coast United States to China one way and also get from East Coast United States to Europe?
Well, we aren't allowed to travel, or you need special permits to go to Antarctica. So
where did you
No, but
have you
Antarctica's not.
verified that? Have you verified that you need special permits?
I've looked into it.
Who do you get the permits from?
I don't know.
And what do you mean you've looked into it?
So there's a bunch of flags where a lot of countries have decided that there's an agreement that there has to be special they have to consult with certain, and I don't even know if it's government or the UN or who the.
So somebody somewhere gives somebody permits.
They have to get special permission from.
From who?
Would you allow me to look it up right now?
I will. Go for it.
Okay, thank you.
While he Googles that, thank you everybody for 115,000 likes. I appreciate everybody tapping the screen. Also appreciate the nearly 300 shares that we've got. Thank you guys so much for hitting that bent little arrow and picking your selection of how to share the live. I like the add to story function or the repost. Those work really good. But thank you guys.
That's just always a question I've always wondered, where the end's at. If we're flat.
Yeah.
I'll have to look at I'll have to look at a flat Earth map to find the ends, I guess.
But then, surely, if we are flat, doesn't it lead to the sun being in one position? It goes up and down. It goes, I don't know, over the flatness.
Is it like a giant?
But it's, yeah, right. It just sort of sits like your light bulb. This is what I'm imaging. I could be wrong. I don't know. But then that sun wouldn't end up being hotter in other places, and then especially with
it's bouncing.
like what is that center point?
It goes up and down as it wiggles around in the sky.
It wiggles.
Okay, so
it's got to be noon for me when it's 6 p.m. for Noctis. So where's the sun then? Like, is she seeing it in the distance while it's over my head? And like, if it's colder here than it is in Australia, does that mean when it goes overhead in Australia, it drops down, gets really close? So it's bouncing and wiggling.
So it's officially called the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, you have loads of people that do go to a certain area. And you have loads of different governments out there, but you also have scientists. At which point, though, you do have people that go there. Like, I could apply. Sure, the application to go there is dangerous, or rather, it's there because it's dangerous. The journey is not simple. It's more for safety than it is for keeping people out.
So who is it that I'm supposed to apply to just to go there?
it depends what you want to do. Apparently, they have cruises that you can. But you're saying if you want to.
So I can just go take a cruise.
Yes, apparently you could take a cruise to you. Yeah, but
doesn't sound like they're trying to keep me out. They're all
but we're talking about going beyond Antarctica as like far as we can, if it is a flat Earth.
What do you mean beyond? You mean going inland on the continent?
So if we imagine for a second, theoretically, that the Earth is flat, then in order to find beyond as far as you could go, you'd want to go, because you're surrounded by Antarctica on the flat Earth theory. So then the mission would be to travel beyond as far as you can if you're an explorer.
Beyond.
Yes.
How large is this landmass?
Well, actually, Admiral Byrd said that there were continents beyond the
Beyond.
Yeah, he said there were continents beyond Antarctica in an interview.
What do you mean beyond? Like if he went around it, he would have gone to South America or Africa, depending upon which direction he was coming from.
I can pull up the interview right now, if you're interested.
Well, I'm asking you.
Yes.
Beyond. What does that mean?
He said beyond the South Pole, there is a continent that I think he said that nobody has either seen or stepped on. Let me find the if you permit it, I will find the exact quote. Here we go. I found the clip.
Yes, there is. And not up around the North Pole because it's getting crowded up there now because they find out it's really usable, not only to live in, but militarily. But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America.
So he uses very interesting language because he says it's beyond the South Pole.
Beyond the South Pole from where?
From Middle America.
From Middle America. What does that mean?
I don't know. It's very cryptic. So I wonder if he's saying
is the landmass between Mexico and South America. Is that Middle America? What is he saying?
I don't know. But it is an admiral that went there during Project High Jump, and
why would he? I'm sorry. Why would he, if no human has ever seen it, which he stated himself, why would he have knowledge of this?
he seems to be implying that there's a continent that's beyond the South Pole that nobody
Yes,
has.
he's making a claim, but where would he have got this knowledge from? Why do we look to him to have this knowledge?
Because he during Project High Jump, they took a fleet to Antarctica.
But he said himself no human has ever seen this place. So if he himself hasn't seen it, I'm assuming then how does he know?
I'm sorry, but also, is he saying that if you go south from the Americas, you'll find a continent as big as America? Like, is he saying that Antarctica is the continent that is as big? It almost sounds like that's what he's saying. You'll find a continent, right? Is he saying Antarctica is that continent?
Or he's saying that on the flat Earth map, theoretically, that
He didn't say flat Earth map. What did he say?
he said from Middle America, and then beyond the South Pole, that there's a continent that nobody
So-
has ever seen.
If you were to take a map, right, and you go from the center of America, and you keep going, and you reach that pole, and then you keep going, and you'll eventually come back, maybe, to a different island, right? That could be China. That could be somewhere else. I haven't got the map open. It could be the middle of America again. But why does that imply that it's flat? If it was flat, surely it would just drop off.
Well, it depends how big this map is, right? So theoretically, he could be saying that beyond Antarctica is another continent, like a bonus continent that nobody's ever seen before.
But does he actually say that? And do you have the quote still queued up? Can you play that again?
Let's listen again. I will slow it down.
You don't need to slow it down. Just play it. I don't need it to last longer. I just want to hear his verbiage one more time.
It's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And it's, I think it's quite...
Beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. So you're saying if you go down to the South Pole, then there's still a continent as big as America, right? He's saying that Antarctica is as big as America past the South Pole from this direction.
But isn't Antarctica the South Pole?
No, he's not classifying the entire continent as the pole. No. What did he do? Like, what was his job?
Well, he was an admiral in the Navy.
But why was he flying over the poles?
Theoretically, I think they were searching for a German base there. That's the theory of why they did Operation High
Okay,
Jump.
what was the stated mission?
Okay, I will look it up right now.
I just, if the Earth is flat, why would a sundial work? Just out of curiosity.
Okay, wait, which question do I answer first?
Go for Thrayle.
Get mine first. What was the mission?
Okay, so the official public reason was it says there was a massive military expedition intended to train personnel, test equipment in extreme cold, and solidify American claims in Antarctica. That was the official reason given to the public.
Okay.
But they did take a massive fleet.
They took a massive fleet. They did training missions. And they flew over the poles, right? They flew around the poles.
Well, yes, I understand. It is my understanding that he is also a pilot, and they did take planes. And I did believe that he personally flew planes at Antarctica. Yeah, so it was explorative, yeah.
So, do you think it's possible he might refer to the pole as the actual South Pole, like the region on the map within the Antarctic continent?
So I feel like there's two possibilities. The continent he's describing in this, he might have misspoke where he's describing Antarctica, or he...
Okay, so no. So you're saying that's a misspeak where he says beyond the pole there's a continent?
Yeah,
Let me ask this.
Yeah.
If this was a flat Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And an admiral who supposedly has several reports of flying missions over the pole, right? Mentions the pole. What is a pole when you're talking about your flat Earth model? What is the South Pole? Like, how is that even a concept that somebody who believes in a flat Earth would say?
Well, he may be under the understanding that he's not allowed to say certain things. So he
Then
might
why would
give
he
a
say
cryptic
beyond
message.
the pole? Why would he say beyond the pole there's a continent unless the pole is a place?
That's the question. That's why I think that's why it could be a misspeak, because I believe that Antarctica is the South Pole. So if he's saying there's something
Wait.
beyond the South Pole.
What does pole mean to you?
I would say that pole, usually you're talking about that's usually a globe thing, right? The poles of a globe.
So what is a pole on your flat Earth model? What sense does that word even make?
Because I think he's cryptically trying to tell us that there's a continent beyond Antarctica.
He's not saying that if you approach it from the American side and pass the pole, that there's still a vast continent to explore. He's not saying exactly the words that came out of his mouth.
Well, the interesting thing is he says from Middle America. So my point is, on a globe, why would he have to say from a middle of America? On a flat Earth map, it makes more sense of your origin point.
Wait. How would America make more sense on a flat Earth state? How would that be the center?
Oh yeah, have you seen a Gleason's map? Where is Middle America on a Gleason's map? Is at the center.
What is the question?
Like where, if you look at a flat map, you look at the map,
like the UN
what
flag.
is the center of the map? Not the US. What is the center of the map?
Right? Oh, that would be the North Pole.
So then.
No.
Yeah. From the maps I've seen, you can look at the UN flag and see the flat Earth map.
No. Yeah. Okay. I see the confusion.
I think Z's got a question, and then also, good morning, Slippy.
Morning. I have a few questions later, if that's okay.
I thought you might.
Yeah.
God Provider, you stated that Admiral Byrd was cryptic?
Yeah.
With the message? With the
Yes.
information? Okay.
Yes.
How would you evaluate then his expertise in what you're using as a source in this belief in flat Earth? If it's cryptic, where's the credible information? Where's anything? Are you making assumptions? Are you making hypotheses here?
I would say I'm being fair with the statement, because he's saying from a middle of America. He says from a middle America, there's a continent beyond the South Pole.
But you stated that he was cryptic, so that means that he could be withholding things that could be making you fill in the gaps. Is that possible?
Making you fill in the gaps. I mean, I think he's stating that there's a continent that's never been seen that is beyond the South Pole. I would say Antarctica itself is the South Pole. So it depends.
How do you know then that the source is him, in quoting him in this moment, how do you know that it's accurate?
You mean, how do I know that he's not lying?
How do you know that it's accurate to state that, yeah, is he lying? Did he show, have you seen it?
They actually have videos of
who's they?
So the Navy took a giant team, a fleet, to go there with exploration, and I believe they have photos and videos of that.
You believe they do, but you haven't seen them.
I've seen the videos. In fact, yes, I have seen the videos.
I'm sorry, you've seen videos of what?
His exploration of like the planes. They had dog teams. They had all sorts of stuff, and I've seen the video footage that I believe is real.
Video footage of what? I'm sorry, of him with dog teams doing what?
So there's video of the planes that are exploring. There's videos of the dog teams. They did all kinds of exploration in Antarctica.
Right, but there's even like what Noctis said. People can go there, do research. It's a place you can go. But what we're asking about is his statements and his claims that there is this beyond place in this region. And is that in the photos, in the videos, in the things that you've seen? Like, can you verify with certainty that that is what you have seen in this source material?
Yeah, I think the only verified thing that I have is the fact that he said that there's a continent that no one has seen. He said that no one has seen beyond the South Pole.
So if no one has seen it, how is it there?
I imagine from his exploration of Antarctica, he saw another continent, a bonus continent from Antarctica. Like, because he was on Antarctica, he was able to see another continent beyond Antarctica, theoretically.
You're slightly missing the point, though. If no one's seen it, how could he have seen it? Because no one's seen it, right?
Well, maybe he was implying that nobody has been up close to it.
But the implication...
Sorry, see. Why would he be implying it at all? Why are you giving this person recognition for implying that?
That's a great question. So I believe that all the teams that are on Antarctica right now are just on the edge of Antarctica. They haven't really done an exploration deep into Antarctica. I think he is valid because he's done a huge exploration of Antarctica.
Okay, well, would it help to say that the ice is slowly melting, so I'm sure we'll get more and more out there? And then what will happen when and if that does happen, right? And the water levels rise. And then they can explore more and they come back and they circle the world in 80 days and they find out that America isn't the center. Or they go back to point A again.
I mean, I'm very excited to find out the truth, but I'm open to the truth, whatever it is.
Well, I have one more question. Okay, so if there are other explorers, and they have reports from Antarctica, because there's a lot of scientific research that happens, how do you think those compare with Bird's, Admiral Byrd?
Well, they would have to prove to me how far they went into Antarctica.
Did Admiral Byrd prove to you how far he went?
It is implied that he explored a lot of it. I think a lot more. But yeah, you're right. I would need to verify. And I don't think I've seen where he says exactly how far he went, but I will definitely research that.
Do you think it's reasonable that to treat this guy's credibility as an absolute and just as the one source of something that's unknowable and unseen is fair?
I mean, he is
an admiral in the Navy that had a huge team with him. But you're right. I don't really necessarily trust humans that just make claims.
And as an admiral in the Navy, did he or any of his team claim that the Earth was flat?
I have not found a quote like that. I have just this quote of him implying
that there is still an unexplored continent.
That's the size of America.
Yes. There are larger areas larger than the United States that have not been explored and beyond the pole, cryptic and the Middle America side.
I mean, we haven't even explored the bottom of the ocean, you know? We're getting closer. But realistically, the Earth is round. I don't know why I'm going and spiraling into this. We could say 1,000 things.
It's
what
it's because he's being
recommend is that when we ask these questions, you write them down and then you go and have a look, right? Because you don't know a lot of the answers, and that's fair. But I would recommend that because I think it would be helpful for you.
I will definitely look more into this Project High Jump that did happen.
Maybe I would suggest other sources too, other explorers, more recent ones too, better data, better imagery, for sure. That's just my suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Anything that's older than 5 years is not really that reliable, and you want more than just one. You want several.
I agree. I should look into what explorations have happened.
And maybe when you're looking at the sources, someone's credentials might say admiral, or they might say general, or they might say whatever, but just maybe look into if these people are reliable or not. Because we can't, because part of, I feel like, is the saying there's a group trying to hide this, and if that's so, like, then there's probably a group trying to hide other things, including the they're trying to hide.
That is very true. Multiple perspectives are good.
Unnecessary. Did Slippy have some questions?
Yeah. I had a few questions for God about, I guess, like, the model of the Earth that would look sort of like the UN flag.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know. I understand a few things about the world that I wonder, like, how they would work in that model. So I guess I'll ask you them that. Are you familiar with any, like, constellations or, like, celestial navigation? There's two specific stars, Crux, also known as the Southern Cross, and then Polaris, also known as the North Star. Have you heard either of these before?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So on, like, the flat Earth model, or something that would look like the UN flag, Polaris might appear above the North Pole, and when we would look up at the sky at night, we would see all of the stars kind of moving about us through the sky, but Polaris in the North Hemisphere stays roughly in the same spot, yeah?
Go on.
So, Crux, the Southern Cross, in the Southern Hemisphere also stays roughly in the same spot. It is positioned about the South Pole in our sky. So if you're in the Southern Hemisphere, you would see Crux stay in the same position, and if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, you see Polaris. But in the UN model, that doesn't quite make sense, because if the night sky would be I guess, circling around Antarctica, which would be a ring. That would mean Crux would be moving. It would be one of the fastest moving stars if it was aligned with the rim of the South Pole, but it's not.
I have a question. Would this theoretical model work in a planetarium?
In a planetarium, what do you, so, like if I'm in the northern hemisphere, I would
Yes.
have my own set of stars, and then the southern hemisphere was looking up at that. Well, the Earth, I guess, in a flat Earth model, no, it would not work in a planetarium. If there was a dome with a projection around it, you would either see the stars in the northern hemisphere, or you would see the stars in the southern hemisphere moving rapidly.
So you're saying that if the stars were doing their regular rotations, that you wouldn't be able to use them for navigation in that planetarium setting? Or you're saying that it's because of how the stars appear?
Yeah, you would not be able to use the stars for navigation in the southern hemisphere, or at least, I guess what I'm saying is, in the southern hemisphere, we observe Crux to be stationary, and we understand that to work because our planet is a sphere, and both of these stars align with the axes of that turning sphere. However, if it was flat and a projection, we would either be able to see the stars because there would be nothing in the way of our stars, or we would not be able to see the stationary Crux because it would be fast moving. It would be like a ritual.
Yeah.
And there's some more celestial things too, such as like we observe that the moon is tidally locked. So I don't know where you are in the world, but we see the same moon. Yeah. The face of the moon, the man in the moon. You see like the same craters when you look up at the moon. It's not rotating as we see it here from Earth. And I guess if you were on a UN model, if the moon was perhaps rotating in a circle hovering above our flat Earth, depending on where you were in the Earth, it would spin in the air. Not like how the I guess like if you're spinning a basketball on your fingers, it wouldn't spin like that. It would kind of turn head over heels. Like we would see the face of the moon spinning. Or if it was like a flat disk moon as a projection, depending on where you were in the Earth, it would elongate into like an elliptical. But we observe it to remain as a sphere no matter where you are. And I don't see how we can observe, events like the moon and the stars, how we do with a model that would look something like the UN flag.
You do bring up great points that I shall look into more. I would say that there's three possibilities, right? Either the Earth is staying still and the stars are moving, or the Earth is moving and the stars are staying still, or they're both moving. Those are the three possibilities, and I'm willing to do experiments on. I'm willing to look into all those possibilities.
I think that's a good idea to look into all those possibilities. That's a thing to like really easily observe from where you are at, no matter where you are. Another thing you might consider looking into, since we were discussing like flights circumnavigating Antarctica, is like flight paths on the UN model, I guess, would look really different. So like if somebody was taking a flight to South America from Australia, they might have to go over the entire world, but the flight is much shorter, experientially, if you are taking a flight from South America to Australia.
That is an excellent point, and there are people that do study flight paths in order to verify that they use the UN flag model flat Earth to make the most efficient flight paths. And I will look into that more too, but that is a great point.
You see, there are people who use that.
They've researched flight paths because flight paths are archived, I believe. So it's very researchable. I just, I'm not sure how to gain that access, but I know that there is a way to gain public access to that, I believe.
Yeah. There's a number of flights that would, in theory, be shorter on a globe than on a model that would look like a flat Earth. Maybe you could take those flights if you don't like the data or whatever. Also, like, there's a tricky thing where it's like spherical geometry looks a little different than flat geometry. So like a straight line on a sphere is not the shortest path on a sphere is different than a straight line between those points. You kind of got to go in an arc upward. Anyway, do you happen to have any flat bodies of water around you? Have you happen to done any experiments near like a really long lake to see if you can observe objects being hidden under the curvature of the water?
The only thing that I've stated this thing before where they saw the buildings in Chicago from across Lake Michigan. Oh, it's on the news. I can pull it up for you.
It's on the
They claimed it was a mirage. I can play the clip if you want me to.
So you're saying it was on the news and they claimed it was a mirage.
Yep.
Why do you not believe it was a mirage?
Well, I'm open to two possibilities. Either it is a mirage, or they're lying that it's not actually a mirage.
Why would they lie?
Because for some reason they don't want the people to know that the Earth is more flat than it is, that they're claiming it to be. They're claiming that it's very curvy.
Who's they? Who is they?
Whoever decides what to tell us on the news.
Who is that?
Who's ever in charge of the public media news thing? I mean, is the news always honest?
I'm not saying that it is, but who is it that you think is in charge?
Can I answer this in a super philosophical way?
That might be your safest bet.
Okay, so I believe that the Elohim of Elohim is in charge, the Heavenly Father, and the Heavenly Father decided to have like a hierarchy where there's other beings that are in charge of the Earth. Because it says in the Bible that he rented Earth to other beings. So
where does it say that?
Okay, I will pull up the Bible verse for you.
Thrayle, while he does that, could you go ahead and drop me? I have round earth children who are trying to make it flat.
Absolutely bats.
Okay, y'all take care.
I'm still looking. Okay, so. So I believe it is in Luke 20. There's two passages about this. One is in Luke chapter 20, starting at verse 9, and the other one is Matthew 21, starting at verse 33. Which one would you like me to look at? I guess I can go to Matthew 20. It's a very interesting parable. It's one of my favorites.
So what was the Matthew one? What was the verse again?
Oh wait, maybe
Matthew, what was the verse?
I'm trying to verify that it's the one with tenants, because I think only one says tenants. Let it to. Oh, yeah, Matthew 21:33.
Matthew 21:33. Hear another parable. There was a warehouse holder who planted a vineyard and set a hedge around it and dug a wine press in it and built a tower and let it out to tenants and went into another country. When the season of fruit drew near, he sent his servants to the tenants to get his fruit. And the tenants took his servants and beat one, killed another, and stoned another. Again, he sent other servants, more than the first, and they did the same to them. Afterward, he sent his son to them, saying, They will respect my son. But when the tenants saw the son, they said to themselves, This is the heir. Come, let us kill him and have his inheritance. What is this saying?
So the way I perceive it is, he put certain beings in charge of the earth. Because the vineyard, I believe that a vineyard is the earth.
Okay, so you're saying here that God made the earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was the householder who planted a vineyard and set a hedge around it and dug a wine press in it and built a tower and let out to tenants. So when he built the earth and set a hedge around it, what's the hedge?
The firmament.
And when he dug a wine press in it, what's the wine press?
I believe that's the pit.
The pit?
Yeah, like the underworld. Like Sheol.
And built a tower. What is the tower?
I believe that in the past, Earth had huge trees. Like huge trees, like the size of like mountains. Like mountains are like the stumps that are left over from huge trees. That's just my theory.
I don't know if I can audibly blink.
Don't look at me.
Well, it's also referenced to in the book of Daniel.
I'm sorry. So the towers in this parable are the huge trees of which you think mountains are the stumps.
They're something else. But that's just my interpretation of it.
And
I'm still questioning.
And let it out to tenants. Who are the tenants?
Those are the beings. If you go to Deuteronomy 32:8 in the Septuagint, it says that he divided up the nations according to the sons of gods. So there were beings that have been
went
put in charge
into
of Earth.
another country. Where did God go?
I imagine this is implying he's got a whole vast creation, that Earth isn't the only creation.
And when the season of the fruit drew near, he sent his servants to the tenants to get his fruit.
I believe those are the spirits that incarnated as prophets.
Spirits that incarnated as prophets. Where is that written? That spirits incarnate as prophets.
Jeremiah 1 verse 5. I knew you before I formed you, and I sent you to be a prophet to the nations. Also, I think the explanation later on in this parable admits that it is the prophets. But that is also that's my understanding. That it's referring to prophets. But I can look into if the Bible clarifies the parable.
So you're saying because Jeremiah says that the Lord came to me saying, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. appointed you to be a prophet to the nations, that to you means that the servants of God are the spirits incarnated as prophets, is what you said.
Yes, there is a biblical concept that we are chosen for certain roles before, like predestined roles that are decided beforehand, before coming into human form.
I have a feeling that I took us far away from where Slippy's questions were.
It was actually a perfect segue. My next question was, how do you think your belief in the Bible affects your belief in a flat Earth model?
That is a great question. So you're saying how does the Bible affect my view of the flat Earth theory? Like, how does it affect my theory?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it affects the theory this way. Well, there's a firmament that is a solid barrier that is above us. According to the Bible, it is a solid barrier that is very strong. The Bible also indicates that you cannot go down, like going down is like infinite. So, how else? Also, this parable here lets me know that there's other places of existence. And also Jude says that the beings that came here in Genesis 6 came from a different habitation somewhere, and they are biological because they had biological hybrid offspring with humans in Genesis 6. So they came from a different habitation somewhere else. And that's why I classify them as aliens, because they came from somewhere else. They have different biology, which is why they were capable of having hybrid offspring, the Nephilim, in Genesis 6.
Do you think that if your belief in flat Earth was like radically shaken, say you were able to confirm every aspect of a globe model to your satisfaction, would that shake your faith in the Bible?
So let me think about this. Let me process your question. So your question is saying, if I was shown a truthful reality that conflicted with what's written in the Bible, I would embrace the truth. So if I was shown a truthful reality, I would embrace whatever the truth is. I believe that it's ideal to embrace the truth, but I also believe that the truth is beautiful. I love truth, to be honest.
I wonder if the pillars of your belief are built, I would suspect, is it built more on the Bible? Or is it more on flat Earth?
I want to say that my belief is in whatever is the most ideal, and saying what's the best, highest perspective, or what's the most like glorious, best way to view things, and whatever that truth is. So if there's truths higher than the Bible, then I'm all willing to look into that. In fact, I would say the Bible teaches to go directly to the Heavenly Father to get new information. So I'm not even like I think the Catholics have a term that's called like sola scriptura. So I believe you can get new information from going to the Heavenly Father. With me, I'm not like using the Bible as like my only source of stuff. I see the Bible as like recommending that I get in contact with the Heavenly Father.
And getting in contact with the whole Heavenly Father, is that, like how do you actually know you're contacting him and not just hearing thoughts in your mind and assuming they're him?
That is a great question. The only way I could verify is I could theoretically set up experiments, like, say, if God made something manifest tangibly, where I would have tangible evidence of something, which I do believe happens from time to time. But yeah, I guess if I want to bring tangible proof, it would have to be something where God interacts with me and there's a tangible manifestation of something that happened because of the communication.
Do you look for like? Yeah. Do you look for tangible proof in your faith?
That is a great question. So, Christians have the highest two commandments are love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, soul, and strength. What could theoretically just be by yourself with God. You can do the first commandment great. Now, the second commandment is love all your neighbors. And for their sake, I would want to have as much testimony as possible. So, in my opinion, the more evidence I get for God, the greater my testimony is. And I want the strongest testimony as possible so I can love all my neighbors more. Does that make sense? Because I'm more helpful to them.
That makes sense. I wonder though. So you want the strongest testimony possible. Would you eschew weak testimony if it didn't feel possible to you?
You use the word "shoe," like reject?
Eschew, yeah, reject. Yeah, would you reject weak testimony?
My belief is that we should appreciate the small things and the medium and the big things. We should appreciate everything, but I have the view that I want to help as many as possible. So I suppose I would encourage everybody to have a strong testimony as possible, but I wouldn't. I would be kind about it. I would be loving about it. I wouldn't, be judgmental.
Is there any danger to that?
Danger to what?
Is there any danger to being, I guess, only kind, loving, non-judgmental to someone's testimony?
You're saying is it bad if I were to do that?
I don't know if I want to say is it bad. I guess more as like, could there be any harmful results from doing that to you or someone else?
Yeah, I don't think somebody should be unnecessarily negative. The Bible, and in my view, one should be as kind and loving and as possible. That is what I think the Bible teaches. That's what I believe is to be as kind and loving and as possible.
Has anyone ever given you a testimony that you didn't believe?
Okay, so there are like near-death experiences. I love near-death experience testimonials, and so those I question a lot. But the reason I love near-death experience testimonials is because there is a lot of stuff that a lot of people have, like common experiences where they have a life review. That's very common in near-death experience.
I have actually been reading about near-death experiences so much recently. I'm curious why you question some experiences.
Well, because with a near-death experience, there's two possibilities. Like one, it could be a real thing that actually happened, or it could just be something that they experienced that was more like a dream. that didn't actually happen. So I look into it to see if it. So the only thing I can do is, gather as much information about everybody's near-death experiences to see if there's a common theme or what is. However, I suppose if somebody became an expert on near-death experiences, they could lie and make up a story that seems like it fits perfectly into the near-death experience thing, So I would be questioning all that. But I do love that topic of near-death experiences.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a lot of different types, like the out-of-body experience, or like some people can like recall like sights or sounds from an NDE. But I guess I'm curious, like what traits would you say like makes something real, or maybe something dreamlike, or like an apparition of the brain? What do you think?
Are we talking specifically about near-death experiences?
Yeah. How do you decide what's real and what is not real in a case like that?
Okay, so this is, if anybody's listening that wants to know more about near-death experiences, here you go. So usually, they will ask if somebody there's usually like a spirit guide there, right? That's walking them through this process. And they'll usually ask like, well, why did this happen to me? Why is my life so hard? Why was I born like this or with that or with this? And they'll all say that they agreed to it. The spirit guide will usually tell them that they agreed to it. Some are told that they even requested it. So either like they're asked to do something and they accept the mission, or they requested like to have like a harder experience so that they could get more out of that experience. So that is one thing. Is usually implied that they agreed to it, to everything before being sent. Another thing is a lot of them come back believing in reincarnation. That's a huge thing. A lot of them, even if they didn't have a previous belief in reincarnation, will bring up the concept of reincarnation. Because the Bible has...
Z-Witch was waiting to ask a question. I just realized he just fell off the panel. Sorry, Z. Come back if you still got your question. I just noticed your answers were very long and rambling and not really directly addressing the question.
Oh, I thought I was answering the signs of what you'd see from a near-death experience.
What indicates that that's a near-death experience?
Because, in my opinion, a near-death experience is where you're given, like, a lot of spiritual insight.
Why is that your opinion?
Well, I suppose I view it from a testimonial point of view, right? Like, if there's enough testimonies about, like, alien abductions, for example, doesn't that bring a more possibility that it's an actual phenomenon that is occurring? The more testimonies there are?
Sorry, say that again.
Okay, so my question is that if there's multiple reportings of alien abductions, does the more testimonies increase the chance of that it's actually a phenomenon is actually happening?
Does more testimonies increase the chance that a phenomenon is actually happening? It does not if the testimonies are not themselves credible. Have you looked into the testimonies?
You mean like listen to their testimonies?
Yeah, like are you saying if each testimony, if you go through and find each one lacking in any evidentiary substance, then doesn't that make each claim just another, well, just a thing someone said. I mean, if you give me one piece of excrement, I have, a piece of shit. But if you give me a pile of excrement, does that make it any more valuable?
So to answer your question, there are some testimonies where they were told in the near-death experience that like they had broken their bones, but they would be miraculously healed when they woke up, or that they would be miraculously healed when they soon after they woke up. And after
what anecdote is this? You're saying that somebody somewhere once said that they would be miraculously healed when they woke up. How did you verify that there was an injury that was miraculously healed?
It was part of their testimony. Like I watched the video.
It was a thing they said.
Yeah.
So it was a thing they said. How did you verify the thing they said was true?
I think they presented the what's the X-rays. But
They presented
I mean, yeah,
their X-rays. Are you sure?
I do believe.
Did you verify it?
I mean, the only way I could verify is by listening, and you're right. I really can't verify it, but
So why do you believe it?
That is a great question. Why do I believe it? Because
you want to.
I'm open to testimonies. So I try and
You're open to testimonies.
Yeah.
Are you open to questioning those testimonies, or do you just take testimonies on faith?
I question testimonies.
How?
By testing it and
How did
praying
you
about
test How did you test the testimony of the miraculous healing during the near-death experience?
I believe they had medical information like X-rays and stuff too.
You believe they did?
Yes, because it could be lies. It could be a fake X-ray right on the video.
How do you know any of this story is true at all if it's just from a random video on the internet?
Well, the truth is the Bible says not to trust humans. So I am caught in a controversial thing where I'm not exactly
The testimonies that you receive are from humans.
That's right. That is a great point. And that is why I have to... For example, that's why I disagree with certain things that Paul said. Just because, and you're right, I believe the Bible was written through humans, and because of the human component, that means that I can't just trust the Bible because humans are involved, which the Bible says that humans aren't, that you shouldn't trust humans. So I have to test the Bible. I have to test everything, really, to be honest.
I don't have any more questions for you. Maybe Slippy does.
Yeah. I wanted to give you an example of something that was like testable from NDEs in my recent readings, where the way that their experience was tested is they would have like objects on a shelf, or have specific words stated in a room, and the person would have to recall like those objects or those words. And there's a few times, I guess, where that was able to happen with accuracy. And so instances like that, I would say, are like credible evidence, because you can like verify like this person was like their heart wasn't beating, but they were able to perceive specific words stated on a recording and specific objects on a shelf. And like things like that, I guess, is what I would look to as like, oh, like that's credible evidence of a person like having an experience during this NDE.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, because certain people, when their spirit leaves their body, theoretically, they stay for a while and they watch the ongoings of what's happening for a while, and then when they return, they can state what they witnessed, or they even travel to other rooms in their spirit. Yeah, and they could testify what was happening during that time. Yeah.
Are you sure?
I mean, I'm sure that kind of testimony happens, but I can't.
You're sure that people have said that they can do these things?
So it's possible that all the people involved are lying, but according to their story, there's witnesses that witness that it is true what they claim, but all those people theoretically could be lying.
Well, I'm sorry, you have all the testimony of the witnesses too.
Yeah, so in the example that they just gave, they said like there's this where the spirit leaves the body, they see an object or something going on, or a conversation that happens in another different place at that exact time that they were unconscious, and therefore having no access to it.
Oh,
and they come
it
back.
wasn't another place. It was the same room, but sorry.
Okay, well,
Okay.
so and so they verify what was happening while their human vessel was not alive at that time.
While their human vessel was not alive.
Yeah.
So while their heart was not beating.
Something like that, yes.
Does that mean that their brain stopped functioning? That they stopped perceiving outside stimulus?
That I'm not sure about.
So if there are things that are occurring within the same room, then does that indicate some exiting of a soul from a body, or could it be a perception of an unalived, or I'm sorry, not an unalived, a perception of an unaliving brain?
That is a so I think you're talking about like hearing, but there's times where they report like seeing people doing certain things that would, I think, require sight.
Seeing. So you're saying you think there are reports of people claiming to see things that would require them to see it. You think?
Well, I've watched probably like over 100 of near-death experience, so I can verify the stuff that he's saying. As far as seeing videos where people claim this stuff,
does that verify that these things occurred?
The only thing it verifies is they made a video of it. They could be lying. So no, it doesn't verify that their story is true.
So you are quick to believe these claims of people in videos on the internet, but you don't believe science, news, the military, governments, or anything like that when it comes to the shape.
That's why I have to watch so many of them to get like a bigger picture to see if I think this phenomenon is true or not. It's just something I find very interesting. Although I do lean towards believing it.
Yeah, I don't have any more questions for you. We did run a poll, and there were only couple of votes on it, but they did vote that we move forward. So if Slippy's got one more question to go on, I'll let you get one more out before we move on to our next guest.
Yeah, I think that you did a lot of good questioning here. So I think you should just keep wondering if you can question aspects scientifically with or without questioning your faith.
I appreciate you all. I appreciate all the questions and all the input and everything. Thank you very much. I've had a nice time.
You got you in the exit speech. He did better than some of his other turns up here, but he does take a lot of turns up here. I think it'd be really good if he absorbs some of these questions and does some of this research before assuming so much of it to be fact.
Yeah.
I do see.
Sorry.
Hello?
I saw Kazoo.
Wait. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Kazoo.
I thought that the questioning of what he thought it would take for a miracle to be, considered in front of his eyes was interesting. Because I think that everybody kind of wants that proof, but it sounded like he really he was a little all over the place, but I guess there really aren't any wrong answers, which is kind of the craziest part of it.
Are you sure there's not any wrong answers?
Yeah.
I think the answers that usually result in me putting this screen up, I don't know. I'm not saying they are wrong. They might be wrong.
That's okay. That's a good way of putting it. But until we figure it out, I mean, we're both. Hold on, son. We're both wrong and not wrong. So you asked the question. That's the beauty of the live.
Well, Kazoo, are we both wrong and not wrong about the Earth being flat?
Ooh, I mean.
That's what I meant about when I put this screen up.
This screen up. Oh, you changed
with the flat Earth.
Oh, I didn't realize I was in the back. I apologize. Like your details had slipped through the cracks. Is that implying that you're asking?
There's a possibility that if I'm asking someone if the Earth is flat or not, the answer might be wrong. Correct?
That is correct.
Just checking.
We're talking to a lot of people that have never actually looked at it from a distance, though.
Well,
so I just wish we had a little bit more proof, at least. But I mean, I think we have enough proof that it's round. I mean, if we're believing the main systems that people want to question. Why can't I open this?
Round like a dinner plate, or like
no, round like my stomach, or flat, not flat like my bed. I used to make fun of my mom for having a triangle butt, and now I have a triangle butt. So, full circle moment. Life is funny like that.
I'm not sure what a triangle butt is, but...
You don't know. It's very particular build, sir.
Fair to hear about
it. Ew, dude. Nobody's more sorry than me.
There are more points sounds.
Okay. Oh, do you want me to tell him your... Okay. All right. Well, here you go. I'm not sure. I think he did I think he did well.
He did. Oh, he did all right. He could do better. He could consider more possibilities, but I'm not here to force it out of him.
What did he land on that he said that was going to be something that he could believe is a miracle? Did he ever really land on anything, or? He said a lot about testimonies, but I don't know. I think he has a lot more to thinking to do, and then I think that's kind of the point, maybe.
I think so.
He will go forth and learn, or try to, as we all do, and come up still questioning. That's why I asked you if it's sad for you sometimes to watch people's stuff crumble.
Certain things can be upsetting to watch crumble. Certain people holding, a dogmatic faith that they've held their whole life can be a little bit upsetting to see them struggle with.
Right.
Sometimes. But when it's something like the flat Earth, no, I'm not at all. I see them question it.
I mean, I grew up Catholic, went to Catholic school until high school, and they didn't really clarify that one for us. At least they never mentioned it was flat, honestly, because the first time I ever heard that idea was actually when I was an adult, like TikTok. Like they didn't talk about, they weren't drilling that one in, at least at school, the flat Earth firmament thingy idea.
Right, because it's not really an idea. It's a.
Well, then they'd have to be like, well, then we stuck between a rock and a hard place for real.
Yeah, there might be reasons why they didn't teach you that at school.
Start. He's not taking that.
I'm sorry, he's playing Sims.
I may have to take this moment to drop because my phone is on 1%.
Have you been on all night?
Shit, you're gonna ask her a question as her phone's on 1%.
Your last question.
Appreciate you not.
No,
I'll set you down.
What's
I
going on?
love you guys.
You too. Take care. Yes, Hazel, you missed Flat Earth questioning.
I'm trying to develop a line of questioning for Flat Earth that doesn't require much science.
I liked the one about the Southern Cross.
It's the best I got.
It's a good question. I for some reason in my head have it that the crow's nest question is just so powerful, but yet it does not seem to make them even think for a second.
Can you tell me what's that question?
Why is a crow's nest on the tallest mast of an old sailing ship?
Are you asking me, or is that the question you asked them? To see farther away, or to see the icebergs that are coming, but fail at that?
That wasn't an old sailing ship. But,
well, I think of a crow's nest when I think of that, I guess.
So, why would it help you see farther to be higher up?
I think that's would be basic, right? Or at least that's my understanding. I'm not sure if this is a trick question or not.
Basic. It's not a trick question.
So you can see in the distance, correct?
You can see further.
Right. Like if you go on top of the house to look for something farther, I guess. But it would be even more. And there's no trees or anything, so obviously you get to the very top of the highest you can to see as far as you can. But what does that have to do with curvature or anything?
So there's no trees on the ocean, right?
Correct. Well, correct.
Okay, so what are you climbing up high to see over?
Oh. I don't know. I've never thought about it. Is it the curvature?
Can you read this for me?
What can you see? The curvature from our eyeballs?
You're not going to see curvature in the way that you're thinking, but you're going to increase the range of the horizon you see. Why?
I don't know.
Well,
Just something that I guess has been in our brain. If you get up higher, you can see farther, but I guess I've never had this line of questioning. You tell me.
Well, I'm not here to tell you. That defeats the purpose.
Okay. The question was why do you get higher to see farther? I don't know the science behind it, but it's just the way it is. So I'm sure there's a better answer than that.
Alright, I have another one. If you wanted to see through a basketball, is it easier to see through a basketball if it's right in front of your eyes or a little further away?
If you want to see the whole thing,
if
it depends on if you want to look.
basketball.
If you want to see the whole thing, we're looking at like the stitches, or are we looking at the whole thing as a whole?
If you
Depends
want
on how far
to
you
see
are.
something behind a basketball, is it easier to see it if the basketball's right in front of your eyes? Or like a little bit further away? The object behind the basketball.
Farther away.
Yeah. Okay, imagine the Earth is a basketball.
Okay, I'm imagining it.
So the further you get from it, the easier it'll be to see around it.
I think so, yeah.
So even if you climb a little bit higher, like the tallest tree, you should see farther. If it's curved.
I don't know. Hold on, my son is talking to me. I really want to concentrate,
so
but I can't. I'm gonna
distracted
drop.
right now,
I know. I'm
I
so sorry.
appreciate you.
I apologize. I'm so sorry. Okay. You guys have a good night. I appreciate you guys as usual. You guys have a good
As
day.
usual. Thank you, Kazoo. This is what they do.
Yeah, comments. I know it's a bad analogy. I just wanted to make it physical.
We lost the music. There it is. But I think we might lose the whole live here in just a minute. It's been a long night, and I think we're rounding up to 11 and a half hours. Yeah, that's a long one. I think it might be about that time.
You got a lovely poem in you?
I don't know if it's lovely, but it looks like it rhymes. It seems to say something poignant at the end, I think. Yeah, it's gonna work. It's poetic. Kinda. But I appreciate you, Sloopy. Great questions.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here. And thank you to everybody who stuck around, who tapped the screen, who shared the live, everybody who asked your questions, everybody who came up and was asked questions. Thank you for giving it your best shot. Whether you successfully questioned your beliefs or not, I guess is really up to you. But I'll be back to do it again tonight, like I always am. And who knows, someone new might come along and question their beliefs. And won't that be a thing to see? Thank you so much to all of you for being the best audience on TikTok. I know I say that a lot, and I don't say it lightly. I don't just say it to pacify you. I really do think the way you guys come in here and show each other immense amounts of respect and patience, the way you guys engage honestly and thoughtfully, really does make you the best audience on TikTok. So thank you guys for being so amazing. Thank you to everybody who participates in every way you do. Thank you to everybody who just comes in and falls asleep too. I appreciate all the sleepers. And mostly thank you to the mods for making this the space for the best audience on TikTok to feel comfortable. I really appreciate all of you. And if you want to join this community, see what I get up to between the lives, see what we do behind the scenes, well, there is a link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio. Either one will take you to the Discord, where you'll just want to make sure that you read the rules when you get there. Otherwise, it might look a little lonely. But if you can agree to them, then you should find out that you're not alone. And if you do stumble across the Venmo or the Cash App and you want to show your support that way, well, I truly thank all of you, and I appreciate every single one of you that helps. That way it does make all the difference in the world. So thank you so much. And I think there's really only one thing left. We build our truths from borrowed tomes, from ancient claims not wholly our own, from whispered words in candlelight that promise wrong and promise right. We kneel to maps we did not draw, call sacred every stated law, and fear to lift a single seam in case we tear that grandest dream. We name our doubt a moral flaw. We muzzle questions held in awe, as if the sky might split apart if thought should pry at creed or chart. But what is faith that fears a blade? What kind of truth needs a barricade? If light is light, it will not flee because we ask what it might be. Who profits from a silent mind? Who chains the curious and calls it kind? Who trembles when a mind inquires and fans that tremor into fires? We praise the ones who never bend, who know beginning and know the end. Yet certainty so cold, so tight, has strangled many a searching light. The bravest act is not to cling to a handed down and unquestioned thing, but to hold it up against the flame and dare to test this truest name. For if a truth is truly strong, it will outlive the sharpest wrong. But lies collapse when pressed to stand. They crumble at the questions at hand. So doubt with courage, not with spite. Let questions be your lantern light. Lose every answer you outgrow, and let the truth be what you come to know. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.
What is his name? King Hills. King what? Hills. Oh, is he what? Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Like 5 items. Small ones, but 5. Kevin! No. Cha-cha! Cha-cha ma! You're viewing your product. Thanks for viewing our product. Kevin, thanks for viewing our product. If you lovely people have any question, let me know. Give you the products if you have any question. Let me know. Hi, boss. How are you? Are you not working? Okay, the couch. The couch, everybody. Give me the couch. Oh my god, you guys are not saying anything. Just viewing the product and leaving us. I want you to talk to me, okay? This couch is on a discount, 60% off. Everybody keeping the products and talk to me. We are on a discount, free shipping and free delivery. The 1-year warranty and the 30-day return policy works for the couch. Everybody keeping the products, okay? If you have any question, let me know. Let me know. Everybody, come on now. Keeping the products. If you have any question, let me know. I see a lot of you viewing products and adding to the cart. Who's gonna be the lucky one to place an order? No, you can like mess it on your phone. Me? And like see like because nobody's saying anything. Amen. 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 Everybody keeping the products. If you have any question, let me know. If you have furniture, the gorgeous L-shaped couch, free shipping and free delivery for it, and also a 1-year warranty. Really don't want you to miss it out, okay? Let me know. Let me know. Keeping the products, people. If you have any question, let me know. View the product, add it to the cart, save it for later. You know, do all that. Talk to me, people. What you guys waiting for? Viewing the product is not enough. Saving it for later is not enough. I need you all to lock in with me right now. I think I like it better. Talk to me, people, and just not on the discount. What's the point of adding it to the cart if you guys are not planning on placing your orders? People keeping the products. If you have any question about any of our products, please let me know in the comments so I can assist you. Doris. Guys, our time is running out. Is there anything you want to know about the couch? Ooh, somebody's being a product. Thanks for being a product. If you have any question. One person. let me tell you something. Huh? You guys are sad for not having a Valentine on Valentine's Day. I'm sad for not having a father on Father's Day. Everybody, I think it's supposed to be dark humor. Everybody giving the products. If you have any question, let me know. And please do not miss out on the discount. The L-shaped couch from IKEA Furniture. What? I'm praying for not having Mother's Day. Everybody keeping the products. Okay, and who's doing the products? Ooh, who's that? Hello. Somebody's doing a product. Okay, so products. Giving them. Okay, so what was I saying? Forgot. Very distracting scenery. Okay, yes, 149 products. Product 1 up to 5 are the couches. This one right here is product number 1, the month's bestseller for the month's bestseller. Everybody's in love with this couch. The couch is 110 inches. Hello, thanks for being our product. The couch is 110 inches. The ottoman is 49 inches. Has LED lights at the bottom installed. 8 pillows. It's amazing. It is amazing. Really don't want you to miss it out, okay, people? What's the point of adding it to the cart and saving it for later if y'all are not planning on placing your orders right now? Keeping the products, people. Keeping the products, people. If you have any questions, let me know. And please do not miss out on the discount. Everybody keeping the products, who's being product. Nick. Hello, Nick. Thank you for being our product. Nick, if you're planning on placing an order, let me know so I can assist you. What's the point of adding it to the cart and saving it for later if you're not planning on placing an order? This gorgeous couch comes in 3 different colors. Beige. Everybody keeping the products. Becky, thanks for joining us, Becky. Ooh.